Hi everyone, welcome to Geeky Oswald. A quick bounty alert before starting the video that bounties amounting to approximately 10 to 11,000 are there on this project's GitHub issues page. So make sure that after you complete this video, you visit there and try to attempt one of the issues and try to solve that. This will act as a motivation and I hope that it will help you upskill exponentially. But beware that one person is only allowed to contribute to just one issue and try to go there quickly before all the issues get solved. Alright, so now coming to our video. So this is a full stack real-time chat application made with the latest technologies like Next.js, Tailwind CSS and Supabase for real-time communications. This is an end-to-end project, meaning that after writing the code, we will Dockerize our project, push it on AWS EC2 instances, get a custom domain name, get the SSL certificate for that, write the CI/CD pipelines and basically do the complete DevOps. So that after writing all of this, all we have to do to make further changes in our code is just do git push and all of the steps like SSH into EC2, pull the image and then run the container again. All of this will be automated and you will be able to see your changes in the production directly. So let's get into the video. Yeah, so we'll now start. So we have already created a project of VChat. So basically this is nothing but just a directory that I've started. So how to initialize a Next.js project? You simply just write npx create next app at latest, and then you have to name your directory name, but since I want everything to be in this VChat directory only, so I'll just put a dot over here. So you have to go with the you can just go with the default settings. So press yes, ESLint yes, Tailwind CSS yes I want. So this is a good thing that with the create next app at latest you get Tailwind CSS is a default, so you don't need to set it up manually. Perfect. Go with the default settings. Yes. Would like to customize the default import? No. And just wait for a couple of minutes and it will be ready. For the time being, till it's getting ready, we'll just have a look. So as you know that we have an src app type directory structure in which we will be putting our basically the components, etc. and everything. I expect you that you have basically Node.js and npm already set up. Like that's a very basic setup you will get anywhere, and I hope that you will be having that already. So well, for the time being, the npx create react app at latest has done, and now let's see. So this is the entry point, the page.tsx. First of all, let's hit npm run dev. Alright, so on localhost 3000 our app is running. So this is how currently our app looks like. So we do not want anything of it, so let me just erase everything. Just a simple div tag and there, and you can see it, but the background is black. That is because of the global css that is put. So except the Tailwind except the Tailwind configuration, remove everything else so that you get a clean nice page. So where here we have hi there. All right, so now we will start to make on our application. See, so what do we want to do is that first of all we will try to structure our app better. So we will first of all make components, base components. Like what am I planning is that I'll divide the page into three parts. First of all the center part, which will be our main chat application, and then we will divide it into three parts: the left bar, the center bar and the right bar. All right, so let's get back to coding. So let's first of all create a components. All right, and first of all I do not want to enter through the page.tsx. I would want that I have a /tsx slash chat I want, but currently it's 404. So I need to start that. For that, what I'll do is I'll create a chat folder and then I'll go inside it and I'll create a page.tsx and just click RAFCE. So this you might not be having, but see what how have I got this shortcut. Just go to this extensions and ESLint for React Redux, something like that. Yes, React Redux, something like that. So yeah, this one is the extension that you can use, and then you will be able to get this boilerplate code with just writing RAFCE. So this is the page.tsx which will render when I'll go to /chat. So let's see, hi from chat. Let's see if it works or not. So yeah, it works, hi from chat. And if I remove this, then this is the parent page.tsx that is in the parent directory page.tsx. So things are working fine. So currently I'm in this chat page.tsx. So let's start by giving the class name. So first of all, the class name, what do I want to do? That is I want to make this div as the complete page, and in that I will put in the center the actual chat application. So this will be the absolute parent the complete parent div, like the parent of parent div. So what do I need to do is that I want to give it h screen and W screen and H screen, so that it takes the complete width and height. Alright, now I want it to give flex and justify center, because I want that main chat application to be in the center. So this has come in the center. It seems that things will work fine from now. So what do I need to do is that I'll create a div. Let's see how things work. So this div, I want to first of all be able to visualize. So I'll give a border as 2, and then I'll give h full. So h full makes your div take the 100% of the parent width or height, whatever it is. So currently it's height, so it will take the parent's 100% height. Since the parent is of complete height, so it will take 100% height. All right, and for width, what I'll do is, see, these are the tailwind, basically tailwind docs, which you can refer from time to time to get an idea of what classes to use. You don't need to memorize all of these. You can always get back to these, and soon you will be able to, soon you will learn everything. W9 by 12. So W9 of 12. Let's see. So I think you might be able to see. If you're not able to see, so let me change the color also. So let me see, border color. So border black. Okay. So here is it, and I think that's fine, that in this portion I would want my chat application to be there. So this is perfect till now. Yeah, and in this what I'll make one left bar, although I do not have these for now, but I'm creating just as for my reference, center bar, and then there will be right bar. All right, so these are not currently yet, but we will be making these. So for I'm keeping these as of now. So these will be 3 components that I'll be importing, but what do I want is that left bar should take some space, and then center would be for the messages and all, and right for also for some other things. So what can I do is that I'll give it a grid, and grid call 5. Grid call 5. So what do I want is that grid call 5, what will that do? So this square or rectangle, whatever you want to say, it will now be divided into 5 equal parts, all right, by grid call 5, and one part I'll give to the left bar, one part I'll give to the right bar, and the 3 parts I want to give to the center bar. All right, so this is what I want to do with my UI. So let's see how will I do it. So now go ahead, let's move on and create the components. So yeah, so components, so I'll name this left bar.tsx, no, even not left bar, I'll give it again a folder, because for left also there will be subfield, and for right and for center also. All right, perfect. So this I'll again create a folder and say left, then I'll say center, then I'll say a right. You have to be a bit careful while trying to create these folders, as VS Code is a bit tricky, and you might end up creating one folder inside the other, like left inside right, so that you do not want. So just be careful a bit. Alright, so this is my left. So what I'll do is I'll just create a component left bar.tsx, and then again rfce, it will give me this. And what do I need to do is class name call span, first of all 1, call span 1, and then again a border 2, border black, h full. Perfect. I think this will do the work. Let's see, left bar. So let's come back to our chat page.tsx, uncomment just the left bar. Let's try importing it, and let's see. So when I am coming to here, I am not able to see, there might be some problem, so let me just check it again. So I think that grid, I think this should be calls. Yeah, so now I'm able to see a left bar over here. All right, so similarly I need to create a center bar and then a right bar. So for center I'll go to what do I write here, center bar.tsx, rfce, and in div I'll give class name call span 3, h full, border 2, border black. All right, and then I'll create the right bar also, and then simultaneously we will look at all the 3 components, that whether they are rendered or not. So now I will give it right bar.tsx, rafce. Now let's give the class name again h full, border 2, border black, call span 1, call span 1, call span 3, etc. Now let's go to our main page and uncomment these and import these. Let's see. Yeah, so I think it's pretty decent as of now. A couple of things that I need to do more to make it a bit more attractive is that, first of all, If that, first of all, I think that I'll give it a background color. So I'll just come to my chat page.tsx and I'll give it a bg san 200. Alright, and then the center part I'll give. Alright, so first of all, I think that I'll also give a border radius rounded to XL. Okay, so this I do not want to give it here. This I would want to give it in the sub part here. It is coming as rounded, but this rounded to XL I need to give to all of these components, then only it will get rendered fine. Alright, so this rounded to XL, let me just copy this and go to the center bar. Not center bar, I think in the left bar I'll do this, and in the right bar I'll do this. Yeah. So you don't need to worry about that this part, because later on we are anyways going to remove the borders. So currently let's go on with this. So what do I need to do more is that I'll first of all give the page a padding, complete page padding of 4 pixels. This is a bit better. Then I'll give the rounded to XL to the center bar also, and then for this I want my background to be white, and for left bar I want my background to be cyan 950. Similarly for the right bar also I want my background to be cyan 950. We'll look later that how things are looking, but as of now it seems fine. It seems pretty fine. What more I can do is that in the chat page.tsx, I think I can remove this border. Let's see how does it looks. Yeah, it looks pretty decent for now. So this will be the top bar, then I'll have my icons over here for some different purposes. Yeah, so I think it's pretty nice up till now. Let's move ahead. So let's go to the left bar. So now inside the left bar, let's try to first of all define the sections, that what all sections I will make. So yeah, this is understood that first I'll make the app logo section. I'll make first, then I'll make the then I'll make the profile section, then I'll make the app feature section, then I'll make the app utilities, or maybe what you want to call it, app utilities. All right, so these are the 4 sections which I'll try to divide my left bar. So let's comment these out for the first, and now let's try to create more files. So app logo.tsx. So again rfce. So yeah, so first of all, what do I want? That so I want these inside this. All right, so what do I do is that I first of all create a margin from every part. Then I want that I have an image here, and then I have its name over here. All right, so for that I'll do I'll give it a flex will just bring these in there, and then I'll do items center and justify center. Spelling mistake. All right, so now what do? I want my image to be here, but I want it in circular fashion and all. All right, so I want my image over here. So what do I do? First of all, there are 2 things, right? So one is image and the other is the name of that. All right, so I'll put both of those on the under divs. So I've created 2 div, and now I'll use the image here. For source, what do I do is first of all I need to import. So let me bring in the assets folder first of all inside the app, so that I'll start using that. All right, so now I have my assets folder. First of all, I was thinking that won't it be better if I first of all keep on outlining that whatever parts I want to make, so that that a border is there, so that it's better to visualize. All right, so I'll do that because it helps in debugging also, that where am I going wrong. So I've created a border of 2 pixels. Yeah, so first of all I need to give it this a height as well. So the height that I'll give to this will be height. So the height I'll try to give it 80 h4 of 5. Let's see that what it gives me. h4 of 5, and then I need to give it a width also. So h also no, height, how much do I want to give, because the left bar will take the complete because left bar is of this much width. Yeah, so first of all I need to give, so yeah, so first of all I need to give it a height. So height, I'll go and select that height I want to give maybe 20% of this. So let's see, we can always raise it, h15, and w will be, height I want to be nearly 80%, so h4 of 5. So border 2 h15 w45. Is there anything wrong with width? Okay, so there is no such kind of option, so I'll go with w10 of 12. Yeah, so actually I have not imported it yet, so let's first of all import the app logo section, then it might be visible. Let's comment all of the remaining for now. Let's try to see. So yeah, it's coming something like this. So what else I can do is that I can increase its width a bit more, right? Yeah. So 11 of 12, let's try. It looks fine. It looks fine as of now, but I can reduce the height a bit more. So I was on height h1 by 5. Yeah. So I want even a lesser height to be there because it's 20% and that's minimum. So I think I might try by this. So let's try h36 or something. h36 is this, even smaller. So I think these go in multiples of 4. h32, h24. That looks decent. So this is my left top. Then I'll go with my profile picture. I'll go with h20. Yeah, this is fine. Then I'll go with the profile picture part. So let it be here for now. Now let's go to the left bar again, uncomment it, and yeah, so comment this out. Profile section, .tsx, rfce. All right. So what do I do here is, first of all, let's import it so that it does not give me the error at least. Then go to the profile section again. Now what do you do? Again the same drill. So you give it a border of 2 pixels and you give it a margin of 2, and then what do you do? What have you done here? App logo. Let's try to at least copy the classes for now. Then we will change it accordingly. Keep these here. So margin I've got 2 times, so I don't need it again and again. So flex, item center, justify center. This I'll maybe work out according to what I feel, because I don't think that I might need flex call over here, but I'll change it later on. All right, but let's have a look. So height, I would want to increase this. I do not want such a small height, so I would want something like 36. Yeah, so you can see so that the profile section is also visible, but I think I should increase the. Yeah, so you can see that profile section is also visible. So, but I think I can increase the. Or is it okay? But I think I should increase it. So I'll give it 44 around. 44 looks fine. Now I'll move ahead and I'll create one more section. And what's the name of that section is? App features section. Yeah, so app features.tsx. So again rfce, and again I'll just copy the class names from this. So this is that, right? And in the meantime, let's also create the app utility section. Then we'll just import these at the same time. App utilities.tsx and rfce, and again the same class names. Makes sense. Now what do? I just go to the left bar and I just uncomment these and import these. Let's see. So yeah, these are visible, but let me adjust their heights and all. So app features, I'll go and give its height as 60. Yeah, I can increase the height even more, so I'll go at 80. It looks a bit better. 88. Okay, so 88 is not working because it's going out of bounds. So 84. I think 84 is not even in the allowed numbers. So yeah, after 80 I can just put 96. Alright, so 80. I think this is also fine. I don't need to worry much about it, right? So then I'll go to app utilities and I'll make this 52. Yeah, this is fine. So the left bar looks pretty fine now. Well, one thing that I want is that I have a divider line between, because these borders won't be there. So I want that I do have a divider line at that time. So what do I do for that? First of all, I think I should reduce the size, because I don't think that it will take so much space. So I'll just go to profile section and I'll just reduce the height to 36. Yeah, this is fine. And now I want to create now is the time that I'll use my util components, because here I'll use the components which I'll use in any subpart, right, in any subcomponent basically. So I'll use the divider.tsx and I'll say rfce. What I'll do is I'll just give this a class name. I'll just give it a width of, I don't want to give it 100% width, but a bit lesser. So what do? I'll give it like width 11 of 12, w11 12, then I'll give it a border of 2 pixels. Alright, let's try it. See, I want that I also tell you that how do you figure out that what's wrong. So I'm not trying to make it everything perfect. I'll also have issues while writing the code that will fix while looking at it, so that you get a raw idea that how things are done. Alright, so after, let's say, profile section, I want to include the divider. Let's say how does it looks. See, I have got a divider, but basically what do I want is to center this. Alright, I want to center this divider. So what do I do in here? For that, I feel that I can put a flex call, and I'll do an item center. Yeah, see, it is able to achieve that. Perfect. That makes sense. And what do? I want to change the color to a bit to gray. So what do I do is border gray. I think it's not a class. So what do I do? Border color. I go and I will select something like border slate 500. Let's copy it. Alright, so it looks something like this. We can change this later on. Currently it was white, and white looked better only. Yeah, that's it. But just one. Okay, two is something that needs to. Alright, then after this also I want, so this is now how the components you have made are reusable. So in the left bar, just go to the left bar and just copy this divider and just put it after app features also. Yeah, I think that's fine. And now we can start to build this left bar. So now let's try to build this app logo section, and then here I have my image. For image I would want to import import basically chat logo from //. Yeah, I'll go to assets, and here I have my chat logo.png. So it is showing me src, but the right way is to use it chat logo.src. Alright, so let's see. So it is a bit very big. So what do I do in here is, yeah, so I'll reduce the size of this, and even better, what can I do is that these images type of things I'll be using at many places, right? So why not change it, right? Why not create a circular icon, because we will be using it at a lot of places. So I was thinking that since we will be using this circular icon at a lot of many places, that this circular image type of thing, so why not change this and make it a utility component separately. So let's try to make one more utility component, and I'll call this circular image dot tsx, again rfce. Now what do I do is, so first of all I'll get a few things, because since it's a reusable component, so I'll get a few props. So one will be the URL of the image, and other will be the dimension. Now since it is a type, so I'll need to declare the types of these. So let's give the interface type as circular image type. Alright, and then I'll write here URL as string and the dimension also as string. Okay, perfect. So now what do? I just write circular image type, and now so now interesting thing is that I can use class names of TypeScript, but you remember that when I was going with the height and looking at it, then there are predefined set of heights that these all I can use, but I want to make it reusable, so I won't use class name. I'll give it an inline CSS because this also I can use. So what I'll say is that the width want to give width as dimension, and I'll also want to give the height as dimension. So this way I'm able to configure my width and height as per my wishes in pixels and all. Now what do I want is that now again I'll use class name because I want it to be rounded. Alright, so class name rounded. Alright, so I think this will do. What's that? Rounded, na? Rounded or anything else? Rounded LG. So what is that? Rounded full, I think. Yeah, rounded full. So now, and inside of this I'll have an image, and the image will be URL. Alright, and class name again for this. So W full of parent, because the parent will have the height and dimension which I'll be giving, and then H also full. Alright, so now let's see. Okay, I will need to have import this. So circular image in my app logo, and I'll remove this and I'll say this. I'll import it. Yeah, so URL will be, let's say, chat logo .src, and the dimension will be let's say 40 pixels. So yeah, I'm able to save this logo. Right, along with this I need to have some text like vchat. It's coming below this. So what do I do is that, yes, so I think I can remove this extra div that is over here. Yeah, for the moment remove this also. Yeah, I can see these coming like adjacent to each other, but there are still a lot of things to be done. See, now it's the time that I create one more utility component which will have the different type of headings or basically whatever I'll write, it will have. What I'm trying to say, let me show you that basically currently this is a bold heading which I want to have, then there will be the name of my designation, then there will be other text. So what do I want to create is that I create a utility component again. Alright, so I will say this as primary heading dot tsx. Alright, primary heading dot tsx, again RAFCE. Then what you will have in here, you will have data. It will have it will be of type string. No, so let me create this also. So interface primary heading type, I will write data and I'll give it a string type, and whenever I'll get data I'll write over primary heading type. Right, now what do I do is that now I have a heading, so I'll give it a p tag and I'll write the data that I have got. Then I'll give the class names as now let's come to font family. So I'll give the font family as, here are the examples. So I think that font mono, which is this one, I'll give this. Let's copy this and paste it here. Then font size, let's see that text 2XL will do good, but what are the other options? Text 3XL also. Let's try with text 3XL. Text 3XL, then followed by font style or font weight. I want that font extra bold, font black. Let's see what does font black do. Alright, now this primary heading, I'll copy this and I'll go back to my app logo, blah blah blah, this, and I'll write data. Let's say for example I write here vchat. Okay, what happened? Cannot find primary heading. Okay, I need to import it. Primary heading data vchat. Let's see, data is vchat, so this will go inside that primary heading. Primary heading type, what is it saying? Oh, this extra thing is there. I think it will work now. Yeah, so you can see that vchat is written over here. Text, I think I can write it as white. Text white will give me a white color. Then I want to have gap between those, so I'll give a gap of 4 maybe. It looks nice. So this is our app logo section completed. Now is the time to create our in the left side only. Let's go to the left bar. So app logo section is done. Now let's create the profile section. All right, so in this profile section what I'll have is, I have item center. No, I do not want, I want flex, but I want flex to be call, flex call, item center, justify center, etc, etc. Rest all the things are fine. Now I want circular image. First of all, circular image. See, this is how we are using the reusable components. Now I will put URL as something, and then I'll put dimension as I think I will put this as 60 pixels. Now let's import the URL. For that I'll import user profile pic from // assets slash let's say gr1.png, and then I'll put here .src. all right. Okay, so this is the group photo. The group photo I do not want. Let me change this. This will be used at somewhere else, so I'll go with, let's say, pp2. okay. All right, so it has not got the rounded borders. Let me see what is the problem. Rounded full. I've given it the border rounded full. Then what's the problem? Yeah, so actually I was missing this overflow hidden part. So overflow hidden is used because the image was of larger size and it was exceeding the boundaries, so that's why I have to use overflow hidden. So rounded full basically gives the rounded border, and overflow hidden removes the any excess thing that goes out of the border, right? So what can I do more is that I will need to shift this image a bit up, right? For that let's come to app profile section part. The circular image is done. Now I will include a, this was primary heading, I also want a secondary heading now. All right, secondary heading dot tsx. Copy the contents from primary heading and put these in secondary heading. All right, now everywhere where it's primary written, just convert that to secondary. Okay, replace this, and for text you can write as Excel if this works. I don't know. Text, font size, text, Excel does work. So let's try. What do? You go to profile section, you introduce a secondary heading, you include the text as, let's say, Tina, I think it's data. All right, so yeah, her name appears over here. That looks good. Then I want her designation also. All right, so first of all I'll give a gap of around 2 pixels. Perfect. Then util components. Now I'm getting tricked with the name primary, secondary. What do I give another name? Medium text. Like, this is a very bad heading, but you can give whatever you want. All right, later on you can change. Medium heading dot tsx, medium text. Wait, I'll write here small text dot tsx. Let's copy and paste this only. Small text on this. Yeah, small text type, small text. Okay, now let's change the color. So text SM I will write. Text SM. Small text. Small text. What's the problem? Find small text. Did you mean? Okay, so this is capital T. Now let's again come here, and now let's import small text. Data I'll give as, let's say, software developer. Yeah, that looks fine. This gap I don't want to include. This also looks nice, right? But for this image I'll increase the size to around 80 pixels. Now this looks a bit better, right? Now we'll go ahead and create the feature section, app feature section. This part is also done. So as and as you will keep on writing the utility components, the production time of the rest of the app will get smaller and smaller, right? So the amount of time it has taken to build up till now won't be the same time it will take to build the rest of the app, because the time will reduce, because I have these, because I can use these utility components from now on. Let's go to the left bar. Now it's divided. Now it's app features. So app features, there's a simple thing that, yeah, I'll use flex call, and okay, flex item center, etc, etc. Yeah, All right, so now let's start making. So first of all, I'll write app what was this, app features.tsx. So feature component. Okay, this I will be making. Currently I do not have this. Let's comment it, and in the utility components I should try to make this. Okay, or I can create it in the left bar itself, right? This feature component, because it's a part of this only, so I'll create it here only. Feature component dot tsx refce. All right, so yeah, so let's try to, so what I was thinking that since we will be using this at a lot many places, why not change it, right? Why not create a circular icon, because we will be using it at a lot of places. So I was thinking that since we will be using this circular icon at a lot of many places, that this circular image type of thing, so why not change this and make it a utility component separately. So let's try to make one more utility component, and I'll call this circular image dot tsx, again refce. Now what do I do is, so first of all I'll get a few things, because since it's a reusable component, so I'll get a few props. So one will be the URL of the image, and other will be the dimension. Now since it is a type, so I'll need to declare the types of these. So let's give the interface type as circular image type. All right, and then I'll write here URL as string and the dimension also as string. Okay, perfect. So now what do I do? I just write circular image type, and now so now interesting thing is that I can use class names of TypeScript, but you remember that when I was going with the height and looking at it, then there are predefined set of heights that these all I can use, but I want to make it reusable, so I won't use class name. I'll give it an inline CSS, because this also I can use. So what I'll say is that the width want to give width as dimension, and I'll also want to give the height as dimension. So this way I'm able to configure my width and height as per my wishes in pixels and all. Now what do I want is that now again I'll use class name, because I want it to be rounded. All right, so class name rounded. All right, so I think this will do. What's that, rounded? Rounded or anything else? Rounded LG. Yeah, so that is in so what is that, rounded rounded full, I think. Yeah, rounded full. So now, and inside of this I'll have an image, and the image will be URL. All right, and class name again for this, so w full of parent, because the parent will have the height and dimension which I'll be giving, and then h also full. All right, so now let's see. Okay, I will need to have import this, so circular image in my app logo, and I'll remove this, and I'll say this, I'll import it. Yeah, so URL will be, let's say, chat logo dot src, and the dimension will be let's say 40 pixels. So yeah, I'm able to see this logo. Right, along with this I need to have some text like vchat. It's coming below this. So what do I do is that, yes, so I think I can remove this extra div that is over here. Yeah, for the moment remove this also. Yeah, I can see these coming like adjacent to each other, but there are still a lot of things to be done. See, now it's the time that I create one more utility component which will have the different type of headings or basically whatever I'll write, it will have. What I'm trying to say, let me show you that basically currently this is a bold heading which I want to have, then there will be the name of my designation, then there will be other text. So what do I want to create is that I create a utility component again. All right, so I will say this as primary heading dot tsx. All right, primary heading dot tsx, again refce. Then what you will have in here, you will have data. It will have it will be of type string. No, so let me create this also. So interface primary heading type, I will write data, and I'll give it a string type. and whenever I'll get data, I'll write over no, primary heading type, right? Now what do I do is that now I have a heading, so I'll give it a p tag and I'll write the data that I've got. Then I'll give the class names as now let's come to font family. So I'll give the font family as, here are the examples. So I think that font mono, which is this one, I'll give this. Let's copy this and paste it here. Then font size, let's see that text 2XL will do good, but what are the other options? Text 3XL also. Let's try with text 3XL. Text 3XL, then followed by font style or font weight. I want that font extra bold, font black. Let's see what does font black do. All right, now this primary heading, I'll copy this and I'll go back to my app logo, blah blah blah, this, and I'll write data. Let's say for example I write here vchat. Okay, what happened? Cannot find primary heading. Okay, I need to import it. Primary heading data vchat. Let's see, data is vchat, so this will go inside that primary heading. Primary heading type, what is it saying? Oh, this extra thing is there. I think it will work now. Yeah, so you can see that vchat is written over here. Text, I think I can write it as white. Text white will give me a white color. Then I want to have gap between those, so I'll give a gap of 4 maybe. Yeah, it looks nice. So this is our app logo section completed. Now is the time to create R. In the left side only, let's go to the left bar. So app logo section is done. Now let's create the profile section. All right, so in this profile section what I'll have is, I have item center. No, I do not want, I want flex, but I want flex to be call. Flex call, item center, gesture center, etc, etc. Rest all the things are fine. Now I want circular image. First of all, circular image. See, this is how we are using the reusable components. Now I will put URL as something, and then I'll put dimension as I think I will put this as 60 pixels. Now let's import the URL. For that I'll import user profile pic from // assets / let's say gr1.png, and then I'll put here .src. all right. Okay, so this is the group photo. The group photo I do not want. Let me change this. This will be used at somewhere else, so I'll go with, let's say, pp2. okay. All right, so it has not got the rounded borders. Let me see what is the problem. Rounded full. Yeah, so actually I was missing this overflow hidden part. So overflow hidden is used because the image was of larger size and it was exceeding the boundaries, so that's why I have to use overflow hidden. So rounded full basically gives the rounded border, and overflow hidden removes the any excess thing that goes out of the border, right? So what can I do more is that I will need to shift this image a bit up, right? For that, let's come to app profile section part. The circular image is done. Now I will include a, this was primary heading. I also want a secondary heading now. All right, secondary heading dot tsx. Copy the contents from primary heading and put these in secondary heading. All right. Now everywhere where it's primary written, just convert that to secondary. Okay, replace this, and for text you can write as XL if this works. I don't know. Text, font size, text, XL does work. So let's try. What do? You go to profile section, you introduce a secondary heading, you include the text as, let's say, Tina, I think it's data. All right, so yeah, her name appears over here. That looks good. Then I want her designation also. All right, so first of all I'll give a gap of around 2 pixels. Perfect. Then util components. Now I'm getting tricked with the name. Primary, secondary, what do I give another name? medium text. Like this is a very bad heading, but you can give whatever you want. All right, later on you can change medium heading.tsx, medium text. Wait, I'll write here small text.tsx. Right. Let's copy and paste this only. Small text, not this. Yeah, small text type small text. Okay, now let's change the color. So text sm I'll write text sm, small text, small text. What's the problem? Find small text. Did you mean okay, so this is capital T. Now let's again come here and now let's import small text data. I'll give as, let's say, software developer. Yeah, that looks fine. This gap I don't want to include. This also looks nice, right? But for this image I'll increase the size to around 80 pixels. Now this looks a bit better, right? Now we'll go ahead and create the feature section, app feature section. This part is also done. So as and as you will keep on writing the utility components, the production time of the rest of the app will get smaller and smaller, right? So the amount of time it has taken to build up till now won't be the same time it will take to build the rest of the app, because the time will reduce because I can use these utility components from now on. Let's go to the left bar. Now it's divided. Now it's app features. So app features, there's a simple thing that I'll use flex call, and okay, flex item center, etc. Yeah, all right. So now let's start making. So first of all I'll write app what was this, app features.tsx. so feature component. Okay, this I will be making. Currently I do not have this. Let's comment it, and in the utility components I should try to make this. Okay, or I can create it in the left bar itself, right? This feature component, because it's a part of this only, so I'll create it here only. Feature component dot tsx rfce. All right, so now let's start making. So now I'll need to make the feature box. All right, so let's make the feature box. It's not right now it's not right now here, so we will give it an icon. This icon I'll tell you that from where we'll get it. Then there will be a text will be a string, and then I'll have a count. This count will be a number. Anyways, so let's first of all figure out that from where am I going to get this icon. Okay, so first of all install npm install react feather. Okay, so once you will install this, then you can import basically free icons from React Feather. This is a library. Okay, all right, so import, like for example, I know that there is a svg element globe from React Feather. Okay, makes sense. So this is something like this. I'll say globe text. Let me write that world. This is just for example. We'll change it and let's say 2. Okay, now we need to create this feature box element. So I'll create it in this util components. So let me write it as feature box dot tsx. All right, rfce, and then what do I need to do? Icon comma text comma what else, count. All right, so let us define the TypeScript type now. Interface feature box type. Now this will have what all? So first of all delete this all. So now icon will not be just this, so it will be something like react dot functional component. Now this icon is an svg element, right? So whenever you are stuck in cases like where you have to enter some component or something like which you do not know explicitly what type is it, you can just Google it. See, so how I also Googled it, how to use svg as react component with TypeScript. All right, and I somewhere got this, that the type for that is react.fc blah blah blah. All right, so you can paste it over here, react.functional component react svg props, so that I'll be able to manipulate its height and all svg element. Right, I think that it should work, and now I'll give it feature box type. Perfect. Now I think that I'll have access to all of these 3 things, but before that what I want is that let's come back to our application. First of all, let me import this. See, I want a box over here in which the left hand side I have the icon, then I have the icon title, and in the right hand side I have the count. So how will I achieve that? So in this feature box component, I'll have this div. I have this div, right? And what do I do in this? I give it a class name of, first of all, I want to visualize this. So border 2, I want its height width to be 11 of 12, like almost. Then I want to give it a height of 8, and I want to give it a margin of 2. Let's see how that looks. So it looks something like this, all right. Now what I want that two things are on the left hand side and third thing is on the right hand side. So how will I achieve that? See, I'll give this parent div a flex and I'll say justify between. I'll say justify between. Now I'll create two divs. Oops. So this first div will contain two things. First of all, it will contain my icon and it will contain the icon title. But first, if you want to render it as a component, you need to capitalize it. All right. Since I have now capitalized it, I can use it as a component. So icon. Okay. So now class name I can give it etc etc. I think text white is the class name. Then I'll give it a small heading or small text heading, basically its title also. So for this I'll use data. I think data was the component name, and then here I will write texts. All right. Then followed by the third one, and here count will come. Okay, so count is there with basically we are not able to see it clearly because now we are able to see, right? Okay, but the thing is that they are coming below each other because we have not given the class name flex. So flex, perfect, and then gap of 2 pixels. It looks fine, but I also need to do one thing, that item center. Yeah, now this looks a bit better. Just the only thing is that I also need to have item center in this part also. Now it's perfect, but even this does not look cool because I want that it should have some background kind of thing. So it should have like a like it's on a dot of some particular color. Okay, so how will I achieve that? So the way I can achieve that is, I'll not use count as it is, right? I will have my again a new class, not class but a component of circular count, something like that. Okay, circular count. Let's have it like this. I do not have it yet, so I will comment it out. Let's try to create it. So I will write circular count dot tsx rafce. All right, so basically I'll get nothing but just a count. All right, so this is a count, and interface circular count where count is a number. Okay, circular count, write it type. Perfect. Now what do I need to do is that I'll give it a class name flex rounded full overflow hidden, and width, let's say I give it of 8 and h also of 8, and bg color I give it, background color I get of green. All right, and then I render in the center count. Okay, so I will import it, and then I'll say count equals count. I got two counts. First of all, I should remove this. Then I'll look at it. The background color is not yet activated, I think, or what might else be the problem. The count is there, right? Background green. Control F, background color. Let's say I want the background line of 500. Let's see. Yeah, it works. There is some issue that overflow hidden. All right, so I need to do item center and justify center. Let's see if it works. Yeah, it works fine. Width of 6 and height also of 6. Yeah, it looks good. But I think the color is not that great. So for color I will go with the line 600 or 700. Let's see, of 700. No, it's very dull. 600. अच्छा नहीं लगा. It looks fine, but the letter is not visible. So what can I do for this is that it's already bold or not. Let me go to the small text and font black. It's already bold. Okay. The problem I think is that in circular count, so the text is this. Yeah. So what do I do is that I put bring the component of small heading here, small text, and I give the data as count. Small text expected as data, right? Type number is not assignable to string. All right. So currently it's expecting a string. So what I can do is that can I write it as string and will it then work? Let's see. Yeah, it works fine. All right. So that's it. So similarly, I can create different ones, but now first of all, let me go and just then this count is again a string. Yeah, it works. So app feature and then count, I will say it like this. Perfect. Now it looks fine. So first of all, I'll import a message. Message circle, then I'll send it here and I'll say messages. Okay, messages. Then what else can I include? Messages I can include, and other could be language. So for language I will import globe and I'll write globe. Here I'll write language. But I do not have count for this, right? I do not have a count variable for this, but if I'll leave it empty, then things will not work as I want, because see, if I do it like this, let's see what happens. First of all, there's some issue that in this I need to have a flex, and this flex will be flex call. Okay, and this flex call with the justifies center. All right, but if I remove this, then what will happen? They have shifted up. That's fine. Yeah, so I do if there's an empty string, I do not want it at all. So can I remove this count? Can I go without it also? No, I cannot go without it. So what I'll do is that I'll put a question mark on this. All right, and then what do I need to do is I need to have this div, because then the orientation will change. But what I can do is that I'll say if the count variable is present, then you may show this, or I can say count double and. I think this should work. Yeah, it works now. Perfect. So this works now. But why didn't I delete this div? Because had I deleted this div, then the very fact that I wanted the to do justify between, then between which two divs will there be justification between, right? So I wanted to have two divs, so I can't remove this div, otherwise the things won't the orientation will disturb. So I want this div, but I conditionally want to render this circular count. All right, I think that makes sense. So this is globe, and now this will be settings. Do we have a settings something type of settings also? Yes, I have. I'll say this settings. Okay, what else I can have? Globes, etc, etc. I can have something like privacy. For privacy I can say lock, and then I'll just say lock privacy. Let's see how does this look. It looks fine. It will look better when I'll remove these borders. So let's say that if I remove these borders, let's see how does it looks. Oops, not these borders. In the feature box, I'll remove this border. Yeah, it looks fine. Later on, we will remove all of these borders. Then it will look really beautiful. But for the moment, also it looks fine. Let's remove these borders also. All right. So we will go to the app feature. Let's remove this border and app logo. Let's remove border this also, and let's see how does it looks. Profile section border, let's remove it. It looks fine. It looks beautiful, right? Then I have this, and now I need to just create the utility sections, icons for the utility section. Now these will be super quick to make, since I already have this as my reusable components. I'll easily create this. All right. So let me go to the left and app utilities. So under app utilities, I will go and just call my feature box, and in this feature box, I will call my icon. I'll call my icon, I'll call my what I had, title, or I think I had text. Yeah, I had text, and then I'll call my count, if at all. I do not want it right now. So for the feature box, what will I have? I can have utilities like import trash maybe. So yeah, so I might write trash and import from, again, React feather, yeah. So let's write trash and give it bin. Let's say if I'm able to see this. So yeah, I'm able to see the bin. Perfect. And then another one I can write for, what can I write for? Like anything I'm thinking. This is just for UI purpose, nothing fancy. I don't know why am I including it over here, but let it be. So flex, item center, justify center. First of all, I might not want these. I want as flex call. It as flex call. Then let's remove these. So this looks fine. Yeah. All right. So bin, calendar, etc. I have this also, and now I can remove this border as well. So now this way we are completed with our left bar, and now we will create our right bar, then our center bar. So now the things will be super quick from this part, because we already have our reusable components with us. Perfect, fine. So let's start making the right bar. So let's come to the right section, close the left section for now, getting to the right bar and doing the simple task which I need to do. So first of all, I'll create the top part, which will be like of recently contacted. All right, recently contacted. Then I'll have the portion of chat, people to chat. So this will basically be having a list of all the people who are there available for, who are in my database with whom I can chat. And then I have a section of groups, like there will be some groups, etc., which I might be able to talk to. So currently let's comment all of these and get on with the work which we need to do. So let's first of all create the recently contacted people section, right? All right, so in this I'll create recently contacted .tsx RAFCE. Perfect. So now here this will be my top section. So what I'll do is I'll get first a class name of border2 and w of 11 by 12, h maybe 8, and then a margin of 2 pixels. So let me see. Yeah, I need to first of all import this also. So you contacted, and let me comment these. So yeah, I'm able to see this, but I want it a bit more. I want to give it a bit more height, so maybe I'll go with 16. So there will be some profile pictures. All right, so let's try to create those as well. So in this recently contacted, I will have my, let's use the utility component of circular image. All right, so circular image, in which what do I need to give? I need to give a URL. And then I need to give it dimensions, which I might give as 40 pixel. I'll change this according to my needs. And now let's import friend1. All right, import friend1 from // assets / maybe pp1.png, and here I will give it as friend1.src. all right, let's have a look. All right, so here I have that, but can I give it like 50 pixels? It looks fine, but let's see what else I can do. 45, and now I need to do this in the center. So what I'll do is flex items center and justify center. Make sense? I'll have a couple of these, so 3 of those. Maybe justify start. I'll do justifies to the start, and also I want this to have a gap of maybe 2 pixels. All right. Above this, I needed to give it a recently contacted heading also, that I'll give. But let me first import these other images also. So friend 2 and friend 3, and it will be pp3 and then pp3.png and pp4.png. Perfect. Let's see. Friend 2 and then friend 3. Yeah, so that looks fine. But above this, first of all, I need to have a div in not actually a div, but maybe a secondary heading will do my work. Secondary heading, and in this I will give text or data. I think data was the class. I will say recently contacted. Let's see. All right. So what do I need to do is that I have done it flex and etc etc. So I need to give it a div here and put all these images in this. Control X, Control V, and this flex item justify gap 2 will be in this div. Class name, Control V. Yeah, fine. This is recently contacted. So that looks fine. I will not write recently contacted, I'll just write recents. Yeah, I'll just write recents, and then to provide a gap, what I can do is flex and flex call and the gap of 2. Let's see. Yeah, it looks fine. It looks fine. All right, let's remove this border now. This is the recents, and what I can do is that, see, a lot of things in this UI could be done, but that will be very much time consuming. A lot of bounties are also in this video, in this project, which I'll be listing down. I'll be telling you, either I would have told you in the start or I'll tell you at the end also. So there are a lot of things that could be done. For example, whenever I hover over one of these images, I want that it enlarges and pops up, something like that, but that could all be done, right? So it's upon you that you can voluntarily initiate and check out a branch and raise the PRs, etc. for these. So it will be great for you as well, for your practice. Yeah, so for the moment it's done, right? Now what do I need to do? I will, after this, I want that it should have a divider. Let's see. Actually, the recently contacted, I should have a border first of all of 2 so that it's visible. Then I will have the height as 24. Let's see, 24. It looks fine now. All right. Let's remove this border thing. Come to right bar, then I will do what will I do? I will say flex call and this, like, item center centralizes this. I think item center will do this. I'll need to give a flex class also. Yeah, now it looks a bit cleaner. Now I'll have chats. Now I'll have the section of chats. So recently contacted divider, then I'll not write people to chat, I'll write chats, right? I think that's a bit better name, chats.tsx, RAFCE. All right, chats. All right, so yeah, good. So again, class name, and again border 2, then again M2, then height will be, let's say for example 96, then I'll have width 11 of 12, etc. Let's see. I'll need to import this, so I'll say uncomment it, then I'll import the chat. Let's see, groups I need to comment out. Yeah, so this is fine, but I think I can get a bit bigger, so I'll go with height. Let's see what are the heights available. So I've used the H96, so that is the biggest, but I do have the other options of using as ratios. So I will say that I would want 50% of the height, or maybe H4 of 6. Let's see, what do I get? H4 of 6. That looks fine. Then I'll have the group section, or maybe 66, 50%, H3 of 6. H3 of 6. All right, this is also fine. This is also pretty fine. We'll change it according to our need, but currently let's move on. So first of all, I'll need a primary heading in which I'll give the data and say that the data is chats. Then what I'll have? Then I'll have a friend box. So basically, this will be the friend box I'm saying. Right, so this will be the friend box which I will be using, and in this I'll have, on the left hand side I'll have the profile picture, and then I'll have the name, and this is what I want here. All right, so what do I do? So what can I do is, in the utility components I have circular count, circular image, etc., primary heading. But if I look at left, so I made the app feature section over here only, and that feature box, and this feature box I had over here, right? So in this recently contacted, in this chat, I'll have my friend box. Alright, so this friend box I can create in the utility components only. So let's create a friend box.tsx, friend box.tsx rfce, perfect. And in this, what I'll have is, first of all, so I will get two things. I'll get a image URL I will get, and I'll get a see, what I can do basically is that I had I had this one, I had this where is it, feature box. But in feature box now I had this icon which I do not want now. I want a image, I want the image URL, so I want to be able to use this component again. So hence I am using a new component that is called as friend box. All right, so I'll say URL, and then I'll say a URL and name. All right, so let me give the type here, interface friend box type URL, it is string, and then name it is and then name again it is string. Fine, works fine, right? Looks nice. Now what I can do is that inside this div I can call first of all the image, circular image. All right, and then I can give the URL, this URL I can pass it on. All right, and the dimension I can give whatever I can give I want, but currently let's say I want a 50 pixel dimension. All right, along with this I want the name to be given. So what I'll do is I'll say a secondary heading, and here I will give the data as, let's say John, whatever, let's say John, and this I need to announce that it is the friend box type. And one more thing is that URL string, so it will be a small letter s, this is fine, and this data will be the prop that I would have gotten, it will be name. Makes sense. Now this will be a div. Let's try to give it the following class name. So I will have the border I will give it 2, and let's go to its parent div. Wait, I have the chat friend box, primary heading chat, then this comes the friend box. All right, so let's go inside this friend box, and I'll give it a heading, not heading, height of, let's say maybe 24, I'll figure it out, of 9 of 11 of 12. Okay, URL and name etc I'll give it later. First of all, what do I need to have is so I'll give it a flex, and then I'll give it a justify start, and I'll give it a gap of 2 friend box. Now I'll go back to my chat, and in the friend box I will give the URL as something, and basically name as, let's say John, I gave it here. Now let me try to import the friend, import friend one from assets slash, let's start from the last, friend 7. Now let's write these. So it will be friend 2, it will be friend 3, it will be friend 4, friend 5, and friend 6. Okay, pp7, pp6, pp5, pp4, pp3, and this will be pp2. Okay, all right, and here I will write as friend 1. Similarly, I'll copy these, friend 2, friend 3, friend 4, friend 5, friend 6. URL static image data, obviously. So for this I'll need to put .src also, .src. Let's have a look. So it looks something like this. So yeah, it's good, it's fine, but I need to do flex not over here. In the friend box I will need to do, first of all I need to reduce the height maybe up to 16, and then I have given a flex justify start, but I'll have to also need to do items center. Let's see, looks decent, but I think the heading should be small text heading, right? And the image could be a lot smaller. So let's go to the circular image, and I've passed the data. Wait for a second. So friend box, I'm going into this. Where am I passing? Yeah, so 50 pixels. I can just make it 30 pixels. 40 maybe. All right, perfect. Nothing more. Yeah, so this looks nice. It's perfect. Yeah, so what do I need to do now? I can remove the border, and from this chat also I can remove this border. Great. This is how my chats are looking like. Again, I'll give a divider over here. So for giving the divider, what will I do is right bar after chats, I will give this divider. I have a divider again. Now will be the section of groups, and groups also will be just the very perfectly very same, right? So I'll just write a groups. Yeah. Fine. So let's create a section of groups. Groups.tsx. Copy everything from chat like Control A and groups, Control V. What do I not want here is that I'll first of all just change it to groups, and I do not want so many imports. Just these many imports are fine. Again, I'll remove all of these. Friend box, I will use this component. You can give it a better name, like friend box is not a better name because now I'm using it for group also. All right, but let's import something else. I think I have better images. Group 1, and then here it will be group 2.png. Just call it group 1 and call it group 2. All right, so group 1 and then call it group 2, and then say college friends, and this you can say office, office, or you can say colleague simply. Let's see how it looks. I've not imported it right bar groups. What happened? Oh, groups. Fine, let's try to import it. So this is the groups section. All right. What I can do is that like the group, the divider above the group is taking a lot of, so what I will do simply is that I'll go to the divider and I will give it a my2. Let's see, an my2. Now it looks a bit more, now it looks a bit better. Okay, and this groups also, just a little bit of tweaking I'm doing right now. So above groups I'll also do my2. It looks decent. So the left bar and the right bar are completed. Now what do I just need is that that these that's fine, right? Yeah, that looks decent. Now I need to make the center. Now I need to make the center div, center page basically. Go to let's close all of these and just go to the center component. So in the center bar, let's start making. So basically again we will divide it into three parts. So the top will contain my friend's image and his name. All right, and his designation also, designation or whatever status or something whatever you want to call it. And then I will have my main chat bar, and in the last I will have the last section for the message sending thing, right, for sending messages and all. All right, so let's start doing this. Perfect. So let's start. So first of all, let me make the component of friend chat box. This is a very bad heading. Again, you need to be good at this. I'm not that good at naming these, so this is always a problem. Anyways, friend chat box. So I will be giving this a URL, and I'll be giving this a basically a name, a height, the text size. All right, so this will be the friend chat box. So let's now create this. Let me go to the let me be in the center component only. Where is it? Component, center component, and create a friend chat box. Friend chat box.tsx. All right. Now RAFCE. Perfect. So I'll give it a class name. Class name I'll first of all give it as height of like let's say 12. Then I'll get a border 2. Then I'll give it a width of 11, 12. All right. Let's see. So first of all I'll need to import this also. So friend box. All right. So I have got this. Yeah, but a couple of more things to be done. So first of all, it will be that in the friend chat box, I'll need to go to border 2, and how do you give the border color? Control F. So I think border color was the actual thing. Yeah, so border black. So border black. Then I need to increase the height to maybe 24, and I need to have a margin of 12. All right. And in the center chat, what do I need to get is that call span, etc is fine, but I also need to have the flex, and this flex will be of call, and I want the items to be in the center like this. All right, so this looks pretty neat. This looks very neat. Yeah, so in the center I'll have the image. So go to the friends chat box now. Circular image, and for that I'll have my URL, and then I'll have my dimension. So the dimension I might give it a 50 pixels that I can change anytime. Let's import a friend pic. So import friend pic from assets / let's say pp4, and then just give the .src. So save this. All right, you're not able to see this. Yeah, so actually the reason is because I have given it the wrong way. This is not to be passed as a string. Makes sense. Nice. But I can increase the, yeah, that looks nice, but again I need to do a couple of things. That flex right, then I need to do justify start, and then I need to do items center. Let's see, that looks nice. Then I need to give it a primary heading. So primary heading, to which I will give my data as its some name. I'll give this a name, friend chat box, and in this primary heading I need to give the data. So I will give it as my friend's name. So I can write, let's say, whatever I can write. So let's say I write my friend's name as Roger, and yeah, that's it. Let's see if things are working. So friend chat box again, friend chat box. Why is it not working? Yeah, it's visible, but the text is not visible, most probably because the primary heading I have made the text to white. I made this text as white. So what can I do is that I do not need a, yeah, so I think that I should remove this from here, and I will use it friend chat. Let's remove this, paste it here, remove this data, and just put, let's say for example Roger. Let's see how it looks. So text I can write as text, for example black. Let's see, yeah, it looks fine. Then I need to give it the gap of 2 pixels. That looks nice, even nicer. Then I need to have my chat section. All right, so now I need to have my chat section. So center bar. So after chat section I need to have my messages component, and I will need to create my messages component, message components.tsx, then rafce. All right, so I'll have my messages over here. Let's try to create these, but message components. So in this message components I'll have a lot of single message. Let's create this single message. All right, and these I'll have a lot of these. Perfect. So first of all, what do? I give it a class name as this is the complete message component thing. So I'll give as a height of, let's say 96, that I'll decide again, of 11 12, and then border of 2. Let's comment out these for the moment. Message comp, and I'll say let's import this. So this is coming it like here, like this, but I want the height to be a bit more. So what I can do is, so let's see that what all options do I get for height. So height I can put as h of 4 of 6, h4 of 6. Let's see, yeah, this is nice. I can increase it also a bit more, 66 to 75%. There might be an option for 75%. Yes, h3/4. This I will use. Now this looks nice, and in the end there will be the to send option, basically the option to send the message. So yeah, this looks nice. Let's try to write the message. First of all, a single message I need to create. All right, so this is how our components look like. And now let's go into the message component, and in this we have this single message which we have to create. So let's create the single message component, single message dot tsx RAFCE. All right, in this single message, basically I'll create it here. So what will I write it? That the class name is first of all border 2 pixels, and then width I want it to be 11 of 12, and some height maybe, but let's leave yeah, so let's leave that for now, and obviously it will not be showing because first I'll need to import it. All right, single message. So let's give it a height first. Let's give it some height, maybe h16 let's give. So we can see this, but we want to basically center this. So what I'll say, yeah, so I can say item center. Yeah, for that, first of all, let me say flex and flex call, not inside the single message, sorry, these things I'll need to take control X, and I'll need to go to the center bar message component, and here I'll need to say center flex call. Yeah, that's nice. All right, let's go back into this. So what else? First of all, I think that I should get a bit more width. So first of all, this will I can think of writing as width full. I don't need to worry much about it. So this is the full width. All right, so it has got a 2 pixels border. Yeah, that looks nice. Let's go center bar message component. I've given it 2 pixel padding. Remove this. All right, so this is still much better. Now what I want is that when I am the center, I want my message to be on the right hand side, whereas when I am not the center, I want the message to be on the left hand side. So I will want to conditionally render it. Okay, so let's go into the message first of all, and let's think that what I can do. All right, so first of all, think of a p tag, and let's say this is my message which I'm writing over here. But before that, what I'll get here, because this will get rendered from the message component, so there will be multiple single messages, right? And each will have some text and an information that whether she is the sender or not. All right, so let's think of text comma is sender, and this will be of the type interface single message type, text is string, and then is sender is boolean. Perfect. Now let's give the type single message type. Perfect. Now this will be my text. All right, and what do I want here? That this p text should conditionally render, right? So inside the single message, I want this p tag. Yeah, so I'll say basically flex, and then justify center will justify start or justify end will depend on whether the sender is true or false. You are getting my point, right? That if sender is true, then I want my text to be on the right, whereas if sender is false, I want my message to be on the left hand side. All right, so for that, let's think what we can do first of all. And this also in curly braces, sorry, not curly braces, yeah, flex, and then okay, so is sender, if it's true, if is sender is true, that I am the sender, then I want my message to be on the right hand side. So I will say justify end, or I will want justify start. All right, yeah, let's see. So for single message, I'll need to go yeah, so for the I'll need to basically give the text and all, right? So let's say the text is first of all, hi, this is my message, and is sender I will say to be true. Let's say if this is true, because then it will come to the right hand side. See, hi, this is my message, it came to the right hand side, and if I make this as false, it comes to the left hand side. Perfect. This works perfect. So far so good. What else I want to so now just the thing of I'll need to have multiple messages, right? So I wanted to show you that how I can create a dummy message file also, right? Just see that what I am doing, dummy messages.js. Okay, so what will I do is const dummy messages equals array, and then this. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and create id message, and also I'll need to create is sender. This I'll say to, for example, true. All right, and then I'll need to copy these, right? So let's copy these and say controls wait. This what I'm creating is I'm creating some dummy messages, right? Yeah, so I can change the IDs are necessary because I'll need to map these, right? And that there it requires that your each element has a unique ID with it. Fine. So is true, false, true, false, true. That's fine. Also I can for a few messages I can increase the width also, right? Perfect. So all right, so now how will I use this? Let's come to the message bar again, and here let me first export it. So this is a const, and let's say export default dummy messages. Perfect. All right, let's try to import this. So since that is a default import, so I'll be able to easily import it with any message. So let's say I name that as messages, import messages from / dummy messages. All right, now what do I need to do is I'll say messages dot map message, each particular message. What do I need to do? I need to basically return the single message. Perfect. All right, it seems fine. Message dot text etc. Why is it saying wrong? Does not ID message. So this is yes, single message, and I'll say is sender text. Fine, text etc. is fine. What's wrong with this? Let's go to dummy message. So for every message I will convert to text. Okay, replace all. All right, let's come back to message. It seems fine. So it seems fine, but a few things are messed up. So first of all, for single message, have I set a particular height? Yeah, I can remove this height first of all. Oops. Okay, so now this is coming a bit in a fashion which I want, but there is a lot of things which I can do. First of all, I'll set a particular width, because you can see that the left text is going beyond the right text. So what can I do is that I'll set a maximum width. So let's go to the width and now go to max width, and let's say what do I want? Let's say I want my maximum width to be around max W2XL. Let's see what happens. All right, I'm in single message and I'll say that width 2XL. So maximum first of all width full. Let me remove this. Maximum width 2XL. Wait, have I done something wrong? The width is full. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so in this paragraph I need to write that, right? Class name width maximum 2XL. Is that not working? Maximum width, I want it to be maximum W2XL. I do not want it to exceed the width. What have I done wrong? So actually the problem was that I had given the maximum width also more than what I wanted. So that was the problem. I think this is a bit what I want, and it looks a bit cleaner, but you will see that how this UI gets even more beautiful with time. So I think that it's at least visible that how I'm going to work around with these text and all. Alright, so let's go with this single message thing, and what can I do more is, first of all I'll introduce a background color. Alright, so let's go to background. I'll go to background color, and then I'll select, let's say, background amber 400. This way I do not want. I want to give it to only my p tag. All right, then I want to give p4, and I want to give rounded 2XL. Let's see, it looks fine. It looks decent also. So this does looks cool. So what more can I do? That from single message I will remove this border. So these texts are looking like this now, but I want a bit more spacing in these. So what I can do is I'll go to border 2 etc. That's fine. Flex call. Can I introduce a gap of 2? Yeah, now they are a bit more spaced. Gap of 4. Perfect. One thing which I want to do is that it is sliding out of this. So overflow y auto, I'll give it to this. So overflow y auto. Let's see. So yeah, it went inside. So whenever the text will go outside, this scroller will come up. So this looks a lot cleaner now. What more I want to do is, first of all, I want to give it a background color. So message component, center bar. Then I have this message component. So in this message component, I want to give a background color. So I will give it. So what will be the background color? Let's say BG green 400. This I pick and put it here. All right. Then I will want rounded 2XL. All right. Then I'll want a padding of 2 again. This looks good. Just the fact that this looks very ugly as of now. So let me reduce the text a bit. Right. So this is how my app currently looks like. Also, I would want to give the padding to the top bar, also center. Coming to front chat box, I'll want to give it a padding of maybe 2 pixels, and then I'll want to give a background color of green 200. Background green 200. All right, BG green 200. And that's fine. Now I'll just need to create the bottom send button bar, right? Fine. Just to show the scroller functionality, let me add some more messages. Control C, Control V. All right, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and here it's 9. All right. Let's see, these work fine. Yes, false. False. This is also false. Perfect. Alright, so the solution basically of the problem that the entire page height was increasing. Actually, the problem was that the text I was able to successfully hide. I was able to successfully hide the overflowing text with the use of overflow Y auto, but that text actually was in the page. So whenever like for example this text, these two bottom text, those are not appearing, but they are still in the page. So what was happening was, although they were just hidden, overflow Y auto was hiding them, but still, since I had a height, I never had a maximum height. Let me remove this first. So I never had a height, maximum height. I was just writing h3/4. So what was happening? This was just a default height, but since the text were overflowing, so they were occupying the height, and hence the page width was increasing. So now I had to shift it to like max height. Okay, but the max height option maximum was max h of 96, which will give me 24 rem, 384 pixels. But this is way smaller, and there are no other options. See, let me show you. So if I write it this way, and let me just comment this for the moment, so it will come so small, and this is the last option of the otherwise then it would be full. Therefore I had to introduce inline CSS to solve this issue. So now here is it, and now you can see, so this is the perfect height which I want, and this does our job, right? Now we are left to create the last part, which is the send button part. So let me create that. All right, so center bottom, perfect. Center bottom dot tsx rafce, perfect. Again those things, class name, border, to, etc. Width, I will say width full only. Okay, height, just whatever will be the remaining height it will take. Okay, and then let's import it. So let's see whether it's visible, center bottom, blah blah blah, border to width full, and it should be, yeah, so it is visible, it is actually visible, but I think I should give it a width of 9/11, 11/12. All right, so it's taking this. Then what do I want? That it should be at a margin. So what do I do for that? Is I go to the center, and here I'll give gap of 2. Call span, flex, no, yeah, flex is used, so it should do the job. Yeah, it does the job pretty well. Now I just need to round the borders, rounded 2XL. All right, and I'll give the padding so that the icons inside those will carry. Now I need to basically create an input box, and then I need to create a round icon kind of thing. So let's move ahead. So I'll give flex, and then I'll give justify between. All right, then I'll have 2 divs. All right, now in this second div I'll give the class names as class name. Then I'll give, let's say, width 12, h12. This I'll change according to my needs. Flex, justify center, spelling wrong, This is why am I doing, basically this helps me center the icon. I will put a send icon type of thing that I will use to click on it and send the message. So that's why I'm creating it. Justify center, item center. What else do I need to do? Background color I need to give, right? So control F, background color. Let's come down, let's get down and a bit let's say BGM by 600. All right, let me import the icon. So I will say import some icon from React Feather. Now let's say arrow I want to include, so arrow right, right, perfect. So inside this div I'll say arrow right. Oops, this is arrow down right I've imported. I do not want arrow down right, I want arrow right. And here let's see, so it looks like that. What else I can do? First of all, I need to decrease the height and all. So W8 and width of 8, and then I'll want rounded full. Then background color will be like 500 something. It looks decent, pretty decent. All right, so this will do my job. Then the last part. So now I will include the input bar. This will have the class names. So in the class name I'll write first of all background transparent, and then outline will be none. All right, so let's see. First of all, its background is transparent. Let's give it a placeholder also. Placeholder will be please enter your text. Please enter your text. That's cool. I want it to take some width also, right? So how much width do I want it to take? In class name only I want it to take width of like 3 by 4. 3 by 4 width I want it to take, but let's go width. 3 by 4, more than that how can I write? 10 of 12. Please enter your text. Why is it taking less width? Why is it taking less width? So I have this div, I have this input box. Okay, so let's remove this. Let's remove this div, and now let's see. Yeah, now it's taking. Now it's fine. So outline I set to none. Okay, I think it should work. Yeah, it works fine. So far so good. Just that thing that let me give it a border color also. All right, so center bottom BG green 200. Let's see. Yeah. Order Amber 200. All right, so I think that it looks fine. There are a lot of options which we will increase and improve in this UI, but for the moment this UI is pretty much sorted. A lot of bounties bounties also I have announced, so that you can pick up and try to do it yourself. This will help you increase your skills in doing the UI. So there are a lot of interesting things that you can do. Alright, so we have got a basic structure done. Now we will move on with the actual critical stuff of this application. So we will be making starting with the backend now, and we'll see that how are we able to fetch these messages from database, the older messages, and we'll also see that how to make it real time. Like if you enter a message here and press enter, then without reloading this application, you will be able to see this message in this portion. So how are we going to achieve that? We will see all of it. So we will be using the ORM that is Prisma for this. So we will be using Supabase, as you all know that I have talked about it. So we'll use Supabase. All right. So for Supabase, so we'll be starting with Supabase. So in Supabase, you will if you'll go to supabase.com, you might come to this page on which you can create your account, sign up now. So basically, let's first of all discuss that what we are trying to achieve. So we will be creating using Supabase as our database, because it also provides you the real-time functionality. So Supabase is just alternative to Firebase, but Supabase is open source, so we'll be using this, right? And we'll be using Prisma ORM to connect with it. And why use Prisma? Because it provides a bunch of helpful functionalities, like it helps you write query better, optimize them, and also what else it provides you is that it provides you migrations. Like if you go to Prisma, and I want you to explore it because it's really great. So it helps you to
keep migrations with yourself. Like when you use Git, you create snapshots of your code, right, to jump through them. So this also helps you, lets you help these migrations. Like for example, if you have created a user model, and but moving in time you create some other model, or you manipulate the existing model, so you want that you have some kind of history maintained, so that if something goes wrong you can revert back to the previous database schema, right? So this is Prisma. So Prisma lets you do that out of the box. So let's install Prisma. Let's npm install Prisma save dev. So this will install the Prisma library, and just wait for a couple of minutes. All right, so this is installed. So now we need to write is npx prisma init. So what it will do, it will initialize it in my project structure. So what it has given me is this is two things. Like first of all, it has given me an env file. We'll come to it that what this is. Another thing it has given me is the Prisma folder, and in this it has something called schema.prisma. All right, so now what is it, right? Actually, it has provided you a convenient way to connect to your database via a URL. Now, what is this URL? You might ask me. So let's go to Supabase. Let's try to connect with it first. So what you need to do, you need to sign up. You need to do sign up. Just enter your email password and hit sign up. It will send you a confirmation mail. Go to that and just confirm that. All right, so after you have signed in, you will land up here. It's a couple of steps that you can follow, that it will ask you to go to the email and click on confirm email, etc. So after all this, you will land here. You just need to now click on new project. Click on new project, choose organization. It will be generally be prefixed with the username that you have provided. So all right, so let's go into it and let's name our project name as WeChat. Then give a strong password. So this will be a DB password. Make sure you remember it because you will need it later on. All right, so let me give it. Fine, and just hit on create new project. Now what you have to do is you have to wait for some time because it is saying setting up project. So wait for a couple of minutes. All right, so this our project is done and updated, so we can connect with it. So click on this connect button and just go to this ORMs. So you just have to put no brain in this and just copy the keys which it is providing, and by default it is providing for Prisma. So ORMs Prisma, that is fine, that is what we are working with. So copy it and just go to the env file and just simply paste it over there. The important thing that you have to keep in mind that you should update your password which you have just put while creating this project. So I'll update it with mine, and then we'll move ahead. So after getting this done, you just have to copy this Prisma schema.prisma, right? So let's see what happens. So as we had discussed that this provides a convenient way to connect to your database. So replace it with this, what it is providing. So every database has some or the other features. So it is also providing us something like URL, direct URL. Let's not get into much depth of it. All right. So now that we think that we have connected, and maybe we are right after replacing this password. So we think that we are connected to our database. Now we want that we should be able to create our tables, etc. And I think that you already might be knowing that Supabase is built on top of Postgres, right? And on top of it, basically it provides a unique feature of having real-time connections. So that we will look at how convenient it is to be able to send messages in real time and receive them also. But first of all, let us do the simple old-fashioned backend stuff, right? Basically the method of getting messages from the backend, right? So that we are currently doing. So let's figure out that how does it create the tables. So now Prisma provides us says that we make the models like model user. Now you will say that how do we remember that, how do we create? So for that you can go to prisma.io, and in the docs you can see that it explains, it has an opinion on how should the models be created. So for example, we have a one-to-many relations. For instance, like a particular user can have many messages, right? So we want something like that, and I have found something similar. That model in this what they are given as an example, that a user has many posts. Like this is the post model, and the user has many posts. So this is actually not a column in the table, but just to define the one-to-many relation. And similarly, in post model, we have got an author. Let me just check that it's recording right. Yeah. So in the post, we have author and author ID, which explains the foreign key in connection with the user model. So yeah, let's copy this and just tweak it according to our needs. So model user ID we want as auto increment, and also what do we want? We want a username that to be as a string, and I want it to be unique. All right, and in place of posts, I want my messages and a message model. This I'll create now. Perfect. So model message. Now what do I want? I want ID auto increment. This was the tab 9. Like this is just an extension, you can get it for yourself. It's an AI that suggests code. So I want it to be text, string, sender ID. No, I do not want this. I want is sender, that whether it was the message from sender or was it received by the sender. All right. Then I want created at. Created at is also fine. Then I want, wait, sender I do not want. I want it to be user, and I want a user ID, that I want is a string, and this user ID I can put it here. Alright, the type of field, user ID, etc. Should it be an int? Alright, perfect. Now it makes sense. Created at, and I do not want this updated at field. So it seems to me that now this should work fine. Now how you would ask that how now Prisma will convert this into a SQL file, because that is actually what we will write tables in the Postgres, right? Why I'm saying Postgres? Again, because Supabase is based out of Postgres only. So now I'll write that, first of all, let me change my password. So let's write npx prisma migrate dev. So now it is asking enter a name for new migration. So as I have already told you that this migration, what do these mean? These are just like the commit IDs, so that you can remember that in what migration you have done what thing. So if you have got a good idea, then it's great, but I suggest you that you explore this more, because this is a great thing, because it will help you a lot while basically transferring the DB to some other database, or maybe when you have got some bug or you want to revert back to a previous stable DB. So that will help you. Enter a name for the new migration. So I can write user message model, because these are the models that I created in this migration. So let's hit enter. Alright, so after this is done, you can see that a migrations folder is created, and in this we have another folder which contains the migration.sql file, which is the actual file that will write the tables in our database. So this is created by Postgres, and similar folders will be created as and when you will keep on changing the structure of the models, add models, edit models. So similar structures will be created, and whenever you want to apply these migrations, these will be applied in order, right? So that you get the most updated database on applying all the migrations at once. Perfect. So let's see that whether our models are created or not. So let's go to our Supabase. Now let's reload this. So on reloading, let's go to database and go to tables. So on going to tables, we can see that we have got a messages and we have got users. So that means that we were able to connect to it successfully from these environment variables, and things are working fine. Alright, so now let's get started with writing our API routes. So for that, that we might be knowing that how to create it, or even if we don't know, then that's not even a problem, because we will be going through it, and then you will be able to see that how do we create API routes in that. So first of all, create a directory called API inside app, and then inside API, like first of all, let's discuss that how do routes work, right? For example, if you want to make it is different if you have made some Node.js project. So like here how things work is that the API route will be something like this. So from now I will write API. This is the opinion that NEXT.js has, that this is how the API should be written. So after API, let's say I want to write a users route where I want all the users. So let's say I say users and then I want all. So this is the API route I want to create, which will fetch all the users that I have in my database. So how will I write it? So now inside this API, I will create one folder called as users, and then inside users I will create another folder called as all, and inside this all I'll be writing my routes inside the route.ts. This is how Next.js wants you to create the routes, API routes, right? So let's see again. So what have I done? API users and then all, and again here you can see API users and then all, and inside this route.ts I be writing my route handlers or API endpoints. So how do I write it? That also you will see export async function, because obviously these are async functions. So this is how you define. Inside this get I will write something, but for the moment I think you have understood that what am I writing, that this is the way get. Now this obviously is a get request. I will be making this as a get request. So inside the route.ts, whenever this path is followed /API/user/all, then any request with a get method will come to this route and it will go to this endpoint. All right. So but that also means that if you want to get all the users, you come to this, but if you want a single user, then you need to create another folder for that. So create that. Inside the single you have to create route.ts. Perfect. single created out.ts. Now let's start writing how do we write the endpoints, but for that I need to import a couple of things. So I'll write next request comma next response, next request next response. Then I'll import Prisma client. So this client was created when we ran the npx Prisma migrate dev. So it created a client which we can use in other files to communicate with Prisma and to give Prisma commands. All right. Now just I need to initialize. So I'll write const Prisma equals new Prisma client, and then I'll say I need to get all the users, right? Because this is inside the all folder. So what I will do is const all users equals await prisma.user.find many. And if I will not give any condition, it will fetch all the users. If I want to give conditions based on which I want the users, then that I will give inside these curly braces, but for the moment this is fine. And then what I'll say return next response JSON all users. So this we can't test as of now because our database is empty. So for that purpose we need to create a user. So let's come into the singles route and let me copy this first of all. All right, so perfect. But this will be a post request, isn't it? Now inside the post request, what I'll say is const I would have received username, so that I'll say const username equals rec.json. all right. I missed something, I remember. Inside this get I needed to write rec that is of type next request. All right, perfect. Although rec is not used in this case, but anyhow rec next request because it will be used here, right? So this is fine. Const rec.json username, and now what I'll write is, so based on I need to create a this user, so I'll say const new user equals await prisma.user.create. all right, so I'll say where user no, this is not the way, this is the way where we have to query based on some data. So I will write data, so data I'll say as username. Perfect. So this is what error is saying, does not exist from type promise. All right, await, because that was a promise now. Without resolving, how will I get it? Perfect. Now I'll say return next response new user. all right, not callable. So this will be JSON. Perfect. Now I think I will be able to create a user, and I think that I should be able to fetch a user as well. Now for this, open Postman, set the request to post, and API user single, right? And I need to give a username. So username, let's say I say Oswald, and hit send. So when you hit the send button, you get an ID, and so this ID is coming 3 because I had created users earlier, but that recording got messed up. So that's why that's why it's showing 3. But anyways, you got a user created. Now let's see that whether we are able to receive the user as well. So for that, what do? We set the get request, and we say all, and here I don't need to have any body, so body you can leave blank. Click send, and it says not allowed. Let's see if there's something wrong with our code. Go to route.ts, get const all user await prisma.user.find many. All right, so the problem was that I had just not saved the file. So just click on Ctrl S, and then if you will press, you will be able to see this is an array which contains objects. So if you will push multiple objects into this, let's say if I say post and I'll say single, and let's create one more user that I'll say as username to be Rahul, and click send. And then if you will go to the get and write here all, then you are able to get both of the users. All right, one more route which I want to create is single. Inside this single, I want that if I want a single user based on the ID, because that will be useful when I want to talk to a particular person. At that time, I will click on one of my friend, and then I'll want to get the messages and all from, related to that, right? So let's create another route. So I'll say export async function post. All right, now what do I want? I want const. So first of all, there's an interesting thing here. So const search params equals not this. new URL, and here I'll say rec. This is slightly different from how you might have done in Node.js projects. Const id equals search params dot get id. So this is how you basically get your search param, you basically get your query params in Next.js. This is how it wants you to get those. You can go into the depths of it, but no need to as of now. All right. So now that I have the ID, so what I'll do is const user equals await prisma dot user dot find unique, and the AI has suggested me the code, and this is fine. Dot find unique, where now you are defining that that the unique user, and what is that condition, that it has the ID which is this. All right. Now return next response dot json user. All right. This was a get request row. Perfect. Now let's see whether this works or not. For get, and I want single, and ID I will say as 3. Let's see what do I get. I got Oswald, and if I switch that to 4, let's see what do I get. I get Rahul. So for the time being, a basic the basic routes of users are made. Now we'll make the routes of messages. All right. So for creating the messages, what do I need to do? I need to make the messages folder inside this API. Right. So I'll say messages, and for messages, I can create a single, like, I do not go into much depths like as of now what I think, because what do I want? I want to create a message, and I want to fetch a message between two particular users. Like for example, I am a user and I click on somebody's chat, then I want the message exchange between us, right? So these are the two things that I want. Let's see how it goes. So all right, makes sense. Perfect. Now get. So get will basically fetch all the messages, but before that I want to create export async the post method. Rec next request. Then what do I do? This is the post, right? So what do I need to post a message? First of all, I'll need a few things. I will need the username, then I will need the sender, the receiver. These fields are not there in the message, but and this is why I had left it, because now I will tweak my model, and we will see that how migration files are created, right? So const username, sender, receiver, then what do I need? Text also I need in that. Then what else do I need? I need the created at timestamp, right? Username is basically, I do not need the username, although I need who sent the message, what was the text inside this message, who is the receiver, and the created at fields, and this I will get from await request dot json, since we are using the all right. But these have any, so alright, a good practice to make the interface. Already I think I have not created at every place, but yeah, you should create those interface message. So the sender, it will be a number, then the receiver, it will again be a number, then the text, it will be string, and then created at, it will be a date. All right, so now just put message, and then what will happen is const new message equals await prisma dot message dot etc. So it says sender, sender does not exist in, yeah. All right, so let's check this once. So sender, it is saying that it is not there, so that we know we will add it now. But before that, let's complete our API route. So after creating, what do we say? We just say return next response new message. Perfect. Then what do we have? We have a get route. Get route will be used to get all the messages between two particular users. All right. So what do? I first of all get my user ID. So const user ID equals rec dot headers dot get, and inside this I will say user ID. This I will pass in the request, and then I will have, what do I want? I want the friend's ID, and that I will get it the same way as by using the search params. All right, so just put it here, const search params, and here I will say friend ID. All right, so now that I have two IDs, what I will do is const messages equals await prisma dot message dot find many, and inside many I will say now I will say condition which, I'll use the condition which will say that or, right? So is there anything wrong? Property or which? Just let me cross check the way of writing. Yeah, where, this is fine. Oh sorry, so this is not which, this is where, obviously. Yeah, now what do? I say return next response.json messages. So now I need to first of all adjust my schema a little bit. All right, so let's go into the schema.prisma. And what do? First of all, I say I remove the sender because I do not want it. I say sender. Then I say receiver. All right, and in both of these cases it will be a user, and I will say at relation, the same thing. Perfect. And the same thing goes for the other also, receiver. But now the problem is that since these both are same, so I will give these a name to differentiate them. All right, so I will give this a name. But first of all, what do I do over here? I say that, yeah, sent message, it is a message. All right, perfect. And for received message, this is also message. So I say at relation sent message, and similar I will say here at relation received message, and this sent message is something that I'll write here, received message is that I'll write here. All right, again this won't be a user ID. Yeah, so let me change this also. So let's write sender ID, it will be an int, receiver ID, it again will be an integer. All right, so say sender ID, Control C, and receiver ID, this. All right, sender, receiver. I just put a comma here, a comma over here, and these fields I no longer require. All right, so basically why I needed to bring in this, I'm naming these because how will it differentiate, right? Because both are related to user only. So this is why I needed to create this at relation, which was earlier not there. Now what do we do? I think this makes sense. All right, so now again we write we run what? Npx prisma migrate dev. So now it's asking enter a name for the new migration. What I'll say is that user message updated. All right, perfect. It says, see, generated Prisma client, which I had talked earlier also, that it generates the client. Now let's explore the migrations file. So in migrations file, see, now we have two folders, and if you will go see what has happened, this contains the additional things we have done, the additional SQL commands that we have done. So when you will apply all of these migrations into a base database, it will apply these in a serial manner, and this is where Prisma seems very powerful. All right, now what do? Yeah, sender is does not exist on message where input blah blah blah. Sender now does exist, right? Oh sorry, it is sender na, it is not. Oh no, it's fine, sender does exist, right? Sender, yes, so actually sender was this had to be, yeah. So what I can do is I can say sender ID is there, right? Sender ID, receiver ID. So editing at all of these places, sender ID, receiver ID. To type number, okay, so this will be small and this also will be small. All right, seems fine. Sender ID, yeah. So actually friends, this is the actual query. So where we say that or so this was the query, that even if the sender ID like whatever can be the ID, right? Like if a message is hello there and it is sent from A to B, I want it even if it is sent from B to A. So this is what I have done, that even if the sender ID is user ID, then also please send me, and even if the sender ID is friend ID, that then also send me. Think about it, that what is it. It's very simple, but you have to think about it for once. Let's resolve a few of the problems that are arising. So sender ID is user ID. So what is the problem? Let's see. First of all, though, this is the problem. I need to say this friend ID. All right, then it says string or nullable. Yeah, so it what does it say? That this could be a string or it could be nullable. So say number. All right, and then for friend ID also I need to do the same thing. Perfect. Now it seems that things should work fine, but that we will know when we will create message, right? So let's create a post request and try to create a message. So for message I will need sender ID, receiver ID, text and created at. All right. One more thing that we can do is we can use order by, and we say created at ascending order, because all of the message data fetched between two users, I want those to be in ascending order, right? So yeah, so that's it. So let's create our endpoint. So it will be messages, and what fields do we have? We have the sender ID field, let's say that as 1. Then we have receiver ID field, that is 2, and then we have text, which we will say as hello. Now let's try to run this, and yes, we are able to create a message. All right, so let's say I have created another user also, and there I want to say hello other user. Let's say I've created one more message, and now I want to run the get request to and I expect that it will send all the messages, but what do I need to send in there? Route get request, and in that get request I need to first of all set the headers used by user ID. All right, so in user ID, go to the headers section, say user ID, and say the value as 1. All right, and what else do you need? You need a friend ID, say this as 2. Okay, and that's it, I think. So you need this, and let's hit the send button. So as you can see, let's maximize this, that you are able to get the both of these messages. All right, that's nice. So now let's see what else we will do. All right, so now it's time that I use my backend API. So first of all, let me tell you the flow, that what we are going to do next from this point. First of all, this write portion, right? In this chat section, I will bring these users dynamically from my backend, and then after bringing these, I will implement Redux, so that whenever I click on any one of these, my friend state gets changed. That is, the name over here changes to whatever I have, whichever user I have clicked in the right hand side. And also I do want that at that very moment the messages also get rendered related to that friend, right? So this is what I want to implement. So that is the major thing, and after getting that, the only thing left will be to implement the real-time functionality, that whenever I enter any message here, it should get in the real time, right? So these all things are what we are going to implement right now. All right, so go to in the right, go to this chats, and now what do we have to do here is, all right, so first of all, install Axios, npm install Axios. So after you will install Axios, go to const friends equals, first of all I want it as a use effect, like whenever the right component renders, I want it then and there, right? All right, so first of all let's import it. Const get friends dot get p localhost colon 3000 slash API slash let's look at our route. So it is users and all, so it will be users slash all, and Axios also I need to import. Isn't it installed? npm Axios, I think it's installed. So why am I not able to wait? Import Axios. Alright, so actually it was exported as a default in NEXT.js library, so it's like this. So now after getting const all friends, what do I need to do? Yes, const friends all friends comma set all friends equals use state as an empty array. So after this, get friends. Alright, on the first part here, get friends. Then what do we do with, let's log this. So console.log all friends dot data. Alright, and then what do we do? Under this section we will say all friends dot map friend all friends. Right, so first of all we will here need to const all friends comma set all friends equals use state friend. It's an empty array first of all, and then import the use state function. Alright, now explain the interface. So interface of friend, so interface of friend will be like, what will friend have? Let's check out. So in the Prisma, go to schema.prisma and see user, and the friend will have a just an ID and a username. Alright, so go here, ID, it will be a number, and then a username, it will be a string. Alright, perfect. So after writing this, first of all I will have to do set all friends.data. Alright, and then not assignable. Now what do we do is all friends dot map friend. Now what we do is I say return, and I'll say friend box, right? Let's take one of these, control C, put these over here. Use name I will say as, what happened, name is deprecated. Let's go inside the friend box. So it is expecting a name. Let's see, all friends dot map friend return. Yeah, so this will be like this. So friend box name, and it will be friend dot username. All right, all good. And I can remove all of these, so it will give me. Now the thing I want to share over here is like I do not want to stretch this video for too long, so there is an important thing that will go that is a problem here. So that I'll be putting as a bounty, and you can refer to it in the GitHub or something. I'll put that how much is the bounty and all, and I'll explain the complete feature over there also. So you can see that here are photos are also being rendered of these people, right? So right now I'll be doing the very simple thing that I will only use just a single photo, but this feature you have to implement. Take it as an assignment and complete it, that how you can render these photos also and give the signing user the ability to upload their photos and those be used over there. So it's a nice feature to implement, and you will get to learn a lot about it, right? So try to implement it. For the time being, we are using a very simple approach of using just a single photo everywhere, right, from now onwards. So what do we do? Yeah, I'll say friend6.src, simple. All right, let's see. Yeah, so you have to make it a client. You can also figure out that how you can basically put the nodes which have a use client on top of that to the least, if you have any idea what I'm saying, right? See, so we are getting these three, right? So we can see that our API is working fine, and we are getting Oswald, Rahul and Vinny. So these are the three people, and see they have the same profile picture. Now the next important thing that we have to do is that we do get the ability to basically what do we say, that we do get the ability to click on any one of these and then get them their name written here and the message be rendered of that user. All right, so that is what we are now going to achieve. Alright, so let's get started and start to install Redux. So for this, go to redux.js.org, click on get started, and you will go to installations and click on this, copy this npm install Redux JS toolkit, hit enter, and then React Redux. So these two install commands you need to enter. Alright, so let's I hope that you might have a basic understanding of Redux, and but even if you do not have, let me give you an idea, and more than an idea, so that you will be very comfortable in what we are doing. See, Redux is very easy once you get a hang of it. So for that, you can also have a look at one of my LinkedIn article which I wrote. So I wrote it in like in normal language, right? Like what I understood, I wrote it there, and I always refer back to it whenever I'm making some project, and I tend to forget anything about it, right? But let's say what does React help you achieve, right? Redux, what does it help you achieve? Let's say, for example, you have a component, and inside it you have another component, right? And similar is the case that you have a lot of components like this, all right? So now the problem is that if a feature was in this part, right? If a state was in this part and it got manipulated in this part, so the how will you do it? You will generally do it with the useState hook. So the set state will need to be carried to this node without any reason, and this will make your app very much congested. See, what does Redux gives you is it provides you a single a single source of truth, right? This is the store which you create in Redux, and any state which you need to manage across other nodes, you put it over here, and whenever you need it and wherever you need it, you just simply supply it from this part. So whenever you update it in anyone, the update happens from the node to the source of truth, and when any other component needs it, then that particular state is sent to that node. I will suggest you that you can have other tutorials also, have a look at that, how Redux works, if you have literally no clue about it, or you can read my article on my LinkedIn also. Let me see if I'll be able to help you go through it once. Yeah, so go to show all posts. I'll even link this in my the description, so you can just have a look at that. So this is my article which I wrote. See, this is what happens without Redux, that if a change happens over here and it was supposed to be reflected over here, so it will be carried to these nodes. But with the help of store, you have excluded this state management completely, and you are able to use it very lucidly, right? So you can go through it. So I've written it very simple, like before starting, please read the article without any preconceived notion and all. But still, let's go ahead and look at what we are going to create. See, this is a simple example. Let me go walk you through it. So basically what do we do is we provide an initial state which has any let's say it has a count variable and a step variable, and we initialize it with something. Then this comes this counter slice. So this is a modern Redux, so in which it is giving you a reducer. See, reducers. Now there are four main words which you will come across. One is the actions, another is the state, then is the reducer, and then is the store. Wait, let me check it, is it recording or not? All right, so these are the four terms which you have to just know in order to go well with Redux. All right, so see, in this slice, what we are doing is we are telling, like, however, whenever we will change the state, for example, if we click on any button and we want to increase the step count or anything, if we want to increase, so we will dispatch an action from there, right? And action is nothing but just an identifier that which reducer should fire. Action is nothing else but just an identification that which reducer should fire, and it carries a payload also, action.payload, which will tell the reducer that change a particular state by how much amount. So more about it, we will go through it when we will code, but this is the basic crux of it, that how things happen is that wherever you change the state, you provide an action, like you tell a string, you provide a string that this is what I want, and this is already defined in the slice. And according to which string you dispatched, there will be a triggering of a reducer. Reducer is nothing but the actual function which changes the state. All right. You can go through this article let's come back to the code. All right. And even if you do not understand it from here, you can refer to any YouTube video. There are hundreds of YouTube videos of other creators who have given wonderful content regarding Redux, right? All right. So we have installed this. Now there will be a lot of coding, but bear with me. It is tough if you are doing it for the first time. But yeah, try to bear it with me. All right. So we need to initialize it in the app folder, say Redux, just create a separate folder. And now inside this, we will create slices. So slices is nothing but just a fancy way of putting multiple things inside a single file, user file.ts. And we can also create friend slice.ts. All right, perfect. So what do you need to do? First of all, import create slice from at Redux.js toolkit. Fine, perfect. Then you need to say const friend initial state equal to friend initial state equals the let's say the friend ID will be let's say the friend ID will be 2, right, and the friend name will be, let's say, dummy. All right, for the moment we are putting this, let's say even call this 0. All right, so first of all, so since this is an object, so you just need to put columns over here. All right, now what we are going to do is first of all, let me check if it's recording or not. Yes, it is recording. All right, so now let's say const friend slice equals create slice. Okay, so after this, what do we need to do? We need to give it a name. Let's say I give the name as friend. Then I will say that what will be my initial state. Initial state will be friend initial state. Wait, I'll write it by myself so that I can explain it also to you. And then we will have reducers. And in this reducers, we can have multiple reducers. What are these? The basic functions which will trigger whenever a particular action is received. And what is action? Action is this. See, let's say I write update friend. This is the action which we are talking about. So it will be state comma action, and then will be state dot friend ID equal to action dot payload dot ID and state dot friend name equal to action dot payload dot name. So this is basically the action, and this is what will happen on dispatching an action called update friend. So this is you can introduce multiple reducers over here, or you can just leave it like the way I have done it. Fine. All right, after doing this, what you have to do is you just have to export const update friend equals friend dot initial state. So update friend equal to, not friend dot initial state, you will say friend slice dot actions. All right, and then what do you and then export default friend slice dot reducer. Perfect. Now similarly, we will just create a user slice, and we are creating two slices so that you can have a better understanding of how writing files in Redux will work. So just we will write this very quickly. So it will be user initial state, it will be user ID, it will be user name. All right, let's make this capital. Anyways, leave it smaller only. Fine. So initial state, it will be user initial state. Reducers, it will be update user state dot action state dot user ID dot username payload dot ID, etc. So username. Perfect. It will be user initial state. Remove this. Good. Now const update user equal to user slice. Make it user slice dot actions and user slice dot reducer. Perfect. So we have got two slices made. Now what do we need to have in the Redux folder? Now I will create a root reducer. See, I have created two reducers, update user of the user slice, and which other do I have? I have the friend reducer of the friend slice. So now I will create a root reducer. All right, root reducer.ts. So now I will say import combine reducers from add Redux.js toolkit, and I will say const root reducer equals combine reducer. So it will say reducer, and this will be so combine reducer, and in this I will say that for user I want to send the user reducer, and for friend I want the friend reducer. Both of these I will need to import as well. So import, I do not need curly braces over here because I had exported them as default exports, so that was the benefit. Slices there, user slice. Perfect. Similarly import friend reducer from user slice dot friend slice, I guess, right? Perfect. All right, and then export default root reducer. Alright, now what do we need to create? Now we need a store. Most of the things are just done. Now I need a store.ts. So this is the basic coding. You might be getting bored in this, but this you need to first of all set up the Redux, and then you will be able to use it a lot. So this is the one-time process, so you have to bear with it. So store.ts. So import configure store from at Redux.js toolkit. Const store equals configure store, and in this reducer I will say root reducer imported. Perfect. Now what do? I do export default store. Nice. Now another thing that we have to do is the last bit of setting up Redux is that go to your layout.tsx. Now I'm going to do a blunder, and you have to identify before I tell it to you. I'll just tell it to you, but you have to think that what am I doing? See, you need to wrap your all the children, because see what we are doing. If you will notice here, this store we have created, but we need that all of these nodes are have reference to this store. So for that purpose we are basically wrapping this up. All right, so put this children inside this. Oops. All right, and we need to give it a store. So store. Perfect. And this provider we need to import. So let's import this provider. Import provider from React Redux. All right. So now this thing is done, but if I will save it now, then see it says some problem. So this says that use it in a client component, because it says that actually this provider is a client side thing. So it's supposed to be used in a client side. So it is saying that I use this. Now this is actually a blunder. See, you can also skip this because it is not supported in a client side. This all can be solved. Doing this is an absolute blunder. That is because the major benefit of using Next is the server side rendering. And what is happening is that I am providing this node to, I am saying this node to be as a use client. So if this will be as a use client, then all of its children, every other node will be rendered on the client side only. So this will just take away all the benefits of server side rendering. So what do we do? Think about it. I will change this, but for the moment let it be, because it will work. See, let's see, it is working now, but it is an absolute blunder, and we will solve this, but for the moment let it be. We'll solve it just in a few time. So as of now, the Redux is now set up and we are open to use it. Alright, so now what do we need? That if I click on Rahul or Oswald, then it should reflect at this part, and this Roger should be replaced, right? So let's see how we are able to achieve this. Now since we have implemented Redux, it should not be very much tough. Let's see. So go to this chat section, and yeah. So what do you need to import here first of all? You would need to import use selector, and also you will need to import use dispatch. All right, from React Redux. All right, we have got these two things. Although at this point we will not be using use selector, because here we don't need to here we might not need state, or will we? Let's see. Anyways, yeah. So go ahead and write const dispatch equals use dispatch. All right, and then const state equals use state, not use state, use selector, and in this you have to give a state, right, and let it return state only. All right, never mind, this is fine. Okay, so what do you do now? You simply so whenever you are clicking on this, let's say these are friends, all friends, right? So individually, if you want to click on anybody, what do? You pass the onClick function into this friend one. All right, so onClick, yeah, what do you say? Handle friend select. Okay, and this friend select function, let's write, yeah, const handle friend select. All right, so what do we do? First of all, we need to pass this function inside this friend box. Okay, so go ahead and write onClick, and what will this be? So say that onClick will be a type of void. I do not want this question mark, it will always be there. Yeah, makes sense. And then you just say onClick equals onClick. don't be confused over here. This on click is this on click. All right. So this we have passed on from the parent function because it needs to be passed on. Anyways, let's come back to our where has it gone? The sorry. Where is it? Yeah, here is it, chats. Okay. So yeah, this function. Okay. Handle friend select. So now what will happen is at this point of time, handle friend select. Okay, so you will say yeah, so it will give me this friend. I'll take this friend here also, or do I need it? I do not. I can better pass the friend dot id and friend dot username. All right, these are the two things that I'll be passing here. Is there any problem? Yeah. All right, so I can just simply say friend id, it is a number, and friend name, it is a string. All right, makes sense. Handle friend select. Now what do we do? We call the dispatch function. And in this we call the update friend. Dispatch, we call the update friend. Let me just see that what was the name of the action that we have written. All right, so here is the friend slice, and we have given the name as update friend. Okay, so go back to the chats and replace it. Yeah, it is automatically importing it. Is there any problem? Update friend, fine. And now I need to give in a couple of things. And what are they? What do I need to give? See the way I have not learned the code. I am just figuring out that how I should be writing. Now, for example, now I need to know that what I have to give inside update friend. So use a bit of logic and things will be very easy. So go inside friend slice and you can see that I am looking for action.payload dot friend id. So payload contains this dot friend id and dot friend name. That means that payload might be an object and it will have two fields, friend id and friend name. All right, that makes sense. Now let's go back and I'll say friend id, it will be something. What it will be? It will be this thing. Yeah, I can simply pass it as this. When do you pass it? See, this is an object, and you should and you might believe that I should pass it as colon, and then I should write friend id. But actually, what happens is that if you have the same things on both left and right, so you can remove the colon part and just write like as comma. So this means that friend id colon friend id, and this means that friend name colon friend name. All right. Yeah, perfect. So we have dispatched this. Okay. So yeah, it makes sense. Anyways, we didn't use this state variable here. Never mind. So now it's dispatched. Now what do we need to do? Now I know that if I'll press this, then my state will be changed, and this should reflect in this part. Okay, so let's go and click on the center friend chat box. Go to friend chat box. Okay. Then what do we do here? So first of all, const state equals use selector imported state. Okay, all right. Now what do I do over here is that I need to use it here, right? So I will say here that erase it, state dot. Now see, I want that I'll be able to write this dot format. So how would I be able to? Actually, if I give it a interface, like for example something like root state, although I have not created it yet, but this will allow me to have references to that what all are possible. Let's create this root state. Okay, let's take it. So close inside this Redux we will create. Okay, so I'll say root state dot ts. All right. Then in this root state you just simply say export root state, export const root state. Okay, export const root state equals, I'll say user something, and then I will say, see this will be an interface, right? So write it as interface, remove this. So user will be something and then friend will be something. From where will I get these? I will basically import the the state, the interface from these particular user and friend slice. See that what am I doing? Don't be overwhelmed. This is a very simple thing which I am trying to achieve. So I have written friend state and I have written the user state. All right. So let's go inside the root state and user state. Yeah, and just right here friend state. Okay, what will it help me achieve? See the magic, see the beauty of this. Okay, yeah, so let's import it over here, root state. Perfect. Now if I'll try to write state dot, it is providing me, it is helping me that what I should go ahead. So I'll say dot friend name. All right, Will this do or will this not do? Let's check. Perfect. So right, so first of all it's saying that yeah, so basically you have to put use client over here, obviously use client. Let's see. Why is it not getting rendered? Let's figure out. So console, this right chat section has not rendered, and why is that so? So go to the chats and let's try to see all, set all friends, etc. Yeah, what can you do is you can maybe console.log is also done. So what's the problem here? Let's reload it. Yeah, so the chats are there. Now if I click on Vinny, nothing is happening. Okay, things are not moving. So now how do you decode this? That how do you debug this? That what has gone wrong? See, I can see that I think that I have in chats.tsx on line number 30, I can see that I have console.log all friend.data. Okay, so this is the data of all of my friends. Anyways, what do I do? That on yeah, so in chat handle friend select, and this under this handle friend select, this I have done. Let's see, console.log clicked on friend. Let's see if that works. Clicked, so it says clicked on friend, and yeah, see, on clicking on Vinny, there might be some reloading issues only because I have changed nothing, and see, on clicking these I can see that the state is getting changed over here. Alright, so this is great. Now what do we need to do? We want two things now. That first of all, that whenever I am writing something, I am able to send it, and the other thing I want is that whenever I click on anybody, like I click on Vinny or Rahul or etc., I get to see the messages, their messages related to user and the friend that I have selected. So alright, that's fine. Let's go and do the remaining part. Alright, so just go to the center and go to center bottom. So let's do it quickly now, okay, because now it's very straightforward. That what do we need to do? So on click, say handle submit. Alright, and then what do I do? Const handle submit equals, first of all this will be an async function, so handle submit. What do I do? Const response equals await axios dot post, import axios library, axios dot post http localhost slash 3000 slash API slash messages. All right, so this is a post, and what do I need to put in there? Yeah, let's see that what do I need to put in the API. See, I am taking you as I generally will, like decoding that how to write this. So I know that I have to write a post request, and it is looking that it requires a sender ID, receiver ID text in the request.json, not in the params and not in the header, request.json. So what do I do? Sender ID, receiver ID in text. All right, let's go back. Yeah, where is my where was I? Center bottom, right? Perfect. So yeah, I am here, and so I need to give a sender ID. I will give, then I will give a receiver ID. I will give, and then I need to give a text. That also I will give. Perfect. Now these are three things. So sender ID, receiver ID. From where am I going to get these? The sender ID and the receiver ID. Where am I going to get this? I have to get the state. Const state equals use selector. Let me import this. Perfect. Use selector, and I'll say state of type root state. Right, then I'll say, let's say state only. Perfect. And now what do I do is sender ID. What will be the sender ID? It will be state dot sender. It will be user dot user ID. Makes sense? Then it will be state dot friend dot friend ID. Perfect. And for text, yeah, interesting part. I will need to have a use state over here, right? So const, what do I say? Const message right. I will need a use state to basically keep track of what am I writing. Const set message equals use state, and it will be an empty string as of now. Let's import. Let's import it. All right, then what do? We say value equals message, and we also say that on change, then and I'll say set message will be e dot target dot value. All right, so yeah, so far so good. So what do I expect? That now this will contain the message. Perfect. After doing this, what do I want? That after I have submitted the message, I want to clear my input box. All great. Then I'll say the response is done, the message, everything seems nice. So console.log response.data. I expect that my written message will work. You need to give a use client here because you have the client side libraries like use state, etc. Let's see, it is getting some problem in center bottom, right? So I've written it the wrong place, never mind. Let's see, yeah, it seems to be working fine. But what do? One important thing that I remember is that in the user slice, you have given 1 and dummy, and in the friend slice, you have given 0 and dummy. Don't give it 0 and dummy, you can give it 2, okay, and you can write it friend, and for the default part I'm changing, right? These we will configure. See, I am telling you an interesting part, that for user slice, like whenever you open, you want that whenever you log in, after you log in, automatically the user ID should be of yours and the username should be of yours. So this is something that we will basically be storing somewhere in the browser. And friend slice also for the friend, like this is not needed as of now. Let's ignore this for the moment. You can say user. Anyways, let it be for the moment. Yes. Now what can I do is let's open the log. Okay. Yeah. Now let's say I click on Vinny. Okay, clicked on friend. Now let's say hello Vinny. See, it won't appear here in this part, it won't appear, but I'm expecting that I might see it in the logs. If it's not appearing, then we will debug it. For this, you have to write a get request, which we'll be writing just very soon. Click on enter. See, I'm able to get what is this? It is center bottom, and this is the message successful, I think. Yeah. Go to the center bottom and say that if this is the case, say message sent successfully. All right, let's reload. Yeah, click on Vinny and maybe say hi, and then hit the submit button, and see, it says message sent successfully. This means that this message was added in our database, right? You can also go to your database and see that whether this message is there or not. It will be there. Now what do we want? The very interesting portion, that whenever I have clicked submit, it should appear here, right? It should appear here. All right. And also, if I click on Vinny, I want that my earlier conversations with Vinny should also appear in this part, and whenever I continue chatting with it, they appear over here as well. All right, let's get into it. So what is this portion? It is center bar, go to message component. Perfect. Yeah, so a couple of important things are that const state equals use selector, import it, and say state root state. Perfect. Let me import the state. Oops. Yeah, makes sense. Now what do we do? What do we do is that we run a use effect. All right, we run a use effect because we want that whenever the center component renders, let me import it, that we want that whenever the center component renders, at that particular moment of time, backend call is made which fetches the message between the user and the friend. All right, let's go. Const fetch all messages equals something will come here, and then I want fetch all messages to be called. Perfect. And also I want that the dependency should be of state dot friend. Perfect. Yeah, let's call this. So this will be an async function, and then I will say that const all messages equals what it may be equals to, no, not this, equals await axios.get then http slash local localhost colon 3000 slash API slash messages. All right, makes sense. Import axios. Then what do? Let's go to our API routes to figure out that how should we write it. See the get request. We are getting the friend ID from the params, and we are getting the user ID from the headers of user ID. All right, let's see how we can write it. It's pretty straightforward. Where was the message component? Just wait for a second. I'm checking it's recording or not. Yeah, it's recording. I missed it. Component center. Let's go to center bar. Message component. Perfect. Now where am I? I'm here. First of all, it will be in this. So let me dynamically get the friend ID over here. Messages. Then I'll say question mark. Then I'll say friend ID equals. Then the dollar sign, and I'll say state dot friend ID. Hope it makes sense. Then I will say that header. What do we say? Do you say headers? Headers also. In headers I will say user ID, and this will be state dot user ID. All right, it seems that it should work. Fetch all messages etc. is done, and this const all messages etc. Yeah. And what do? This is where it's getting ended. Set. First of all, you will need to see. I'll need to have a use state. So whenever these messages will be fetched, I want that these are appended in an array. See what I'm doing. Const. What am I doing? I'm using a use state. Const all messages, comma set all messages equals use state, and this use state will be of a message type empty array as of now. Now let's declare make this interface export message. Oh no, interface message, right? Interface message. Let's look at how message looks like. It has an ID, it has got a text, it's got a sender ID, receiver ID, text, sender ID, receiver ID, and created at. All right. Let's see how much do I remember. It has got an ID, it was a number, then it has a sender ID. It has a sender ID, it is also a number, then it has a receiver ID, this is again a number, then I have a text, it is a string, then I have a created at, that is also a string. Yeah, so fine. Let's see use state. So by default the messages array will be in this messages array will be empty, but after this backend call, what will happen in this fetch all messages? Yeah, give this. I will say set all messages as set all messages as const all messages response. Okay, all message, just say for let it be response dot data. All right, and also console.log response.data. Perfect. I'll say all messages. Fine. Yeah, you have to use client again over here. Make it a client side component. Perfect. Let's see. Yeah, it's working. What do you do more is pick this up, all messages, pick this here, put this here, and then say text. It will be this message, all messages. What is it saying? It does not exist on blah 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 blah. All messages. Oh, sorry. Say it here. All messages dot map. And how do you know that whether the person is the sender or not? You can use that triple equals to state dot user dot is sender. So this message dot sender. What do? You say wait, is sender does not exist on time message. Okay, message dot sender ID equals message state dot user ID. If both of these are equal, then this should work. All right. Let's see. I think it's working. Click on Vinny. If I click on Vinny, see messages have been rendered, right? Yeah. Good. So basically these messages are there because I had populated the table earlier. So there are a lot of messages which you can see. So if you will click on Rahul, you will get some message. If you will click on Oswald, you will get some message. If you click on Vinny, you will get some message. Now let's say that I say message now sent and click over here. Now you can see that it has vanished, but it has not appeared. And what if I click on reload? Wait for a moment, go to Vinny again, and you see that message now sent is written over here. What is happening? See, there is a bit of it's not this is not a final product, right? Basically what is happening is that when you are sending the message from this part, it is getting updated in the table, but nobody is there listening to the changes in the table, right? As of now, our client is not listening to the changes in the table. Hence, we need to reload this, and after we reload and click on Vinny, this use effect comes into picture, and then it fetches data from the table again. And when it now fetches the data from the table, then this message is not now sent, is received and is embedded into our array. So this is the flow now, but we want something more. What do we want? We want that as soon as I write the message over here and click over here, I want to see the message over there, this place. So this is now is the time that when we will switch on the real-time functionality in our messages table, and then we will see that as soon as we are entering something here and clicking on this submit button, our message is getting over here. All right. So let's go ahead and figure out that how to implement the real-time functionality. All right. So yeah, come to this, and first of all, let me show that like I had been working around with this, that how to do this. So I have figured this out. See, this will be your landing page when you go to your Supabase and log into it. Just go to the database and go to tables. All right. After you go to the tables, you will see that real time is enabled. Basically, I have enabled the real time. Now I will tell you that what is that by default, how does it looks like. All right. So go to table editor and go to messages. See, here it is given that whether you want the real time functionality to be enabled or do you want it to be disabled. So if it is disabled, by default, it will show like this. So you have to just go over there and click on enable real time. So this is something that I want to have for the time of when I want to listen to changes in this table. All right. This RLS, you don't need to worry about it. If you just want that means that it is just to add more security and all. For the time being, we do not need it as such. We will just put the real time on. Another thing that we need to do is first of all go to the SQL editor. Now the concept is that by default, even if we have disabled RLS is row level security. Even if we have disabled that and there is less security, but still, if you want to give the access to the changes in database to be reflected in your UI, you need to give permissions to the anon user. What is anon user? It is anonymous user. Let's say, ignore this for a moment. Go to home, click on connect, go to app framework, and just copy these files, env local. All right, copy these files and go back. There will be an .env .local folder. Put these inside this. All right. Okay. Where was my messages component? Perfect. Here. So now basically, this will be, what were these keys? What were these keys? This is to connect to the URL, and this basically is an identifier that you are signing in there as an anonymous user. So you have to give permissions to the anonymous users. Explicitly, you have to tell that please allow the anonymous user to have permissions for reading the changes that are happening. See, what are we doing? Whenever, let's go to our app, whenever you are entering a message over here, all right, let's say we open for Rahul and you say hello and you send it. Now, it has gone to the database and it has got updated also. But those changes, if you want to see in real time without reloading, then for that purpose, in your UI, in your client side, you have to listen to the changes. You have to basically subscribe to the changes that are happening in the table. And this is something which Supabase helps you do. See, if I'll reload, now I'm getting hello, but I want it without reloading. So I need to write some code of subscribing to the changes in the database. But before that, I need to configure it. So I have switched on, basically given the real time on. And now when you will go to the SQL editor, you have to write this query, grant usage on schema public to anon. All right. So basically it is granting the usage permission. And interesting thing, see, this is an AI of Supabase, so you can ask anything. Wherever you are stuck, you can just go to it and just ask any of your doubt. It will give you clarity. So this also grant usage on schema public to anon. This also I have got from this part only. Just make sure that you are first of all you are in the Postgres role, because this is the super role which gives which is able to give privileges to other users, other roles, so to say. So if you want to give the role anon the permissions to listen, so you have to first of all just put this query here. Ignore this queries for the moment. These I was just fiddling around with this, so I have written this. So just select it and say run. So So it says success. All right. So the usage permissions are given. Now when we will try to listen to the changes or subscribe to the changes in the table, in the messages table, we will be able to. Now let's see how do you do that. Go to when you will explore the Supabase docs, right? And if you will come to this real time, you will find it. And then you will see that it gives you a bit of code, like this is JavaScript code. So let's try to work around with it. Copy this and go to your messages. Here it is. And those were import files, I guess. Yeah, just delete this for the moment. All right. If you are not able to install this by default, then I suggest that what do you do is npm I and just write this thing. Okay, just write this thing and hit enter, and it will get installed, and then you will be able to import this create client. Perfect. Now what do I do? Just copy this line and paste this here. Now it is not able to recognize, so for that what we can do is const Supabase URL equals process dot env dot what is the name here, and env dot local, it is next public Supabase URL. Perfect. Copy this and just paste this in this. Perfect. And then what do you do? Const Supabase anon key. For this you place it over here. Now click on see what error it's giving. It's showing that argument of type string or undefined is not assignable to parameter of type string. So basically this is able to accept string or undefined. So what do? You do this. You give an empty string in an OR condition. Perfect. Or you can give anything else also, doesn't matter. Now since this is created, now let's see that what else do we need to do. See, listen to inserts. This is the code that what happened here, that whenever I pressed enter key, this hello got inserted into the table, and now I want to listen to these events. So what do? I just copy this, and when do I want it? When my app loads for the first time. Whenever that center component, message component loads, I want that this functionality gets added. All right, I initialize it in the use effect. So what do we have? Supabase.channel. This channel name does not matter for the longest of the time, but still you can say message table. All right. On Postgres changes. Perfect. Event insert schema public table. What is your name of the table? This is important to mention. See, our name of the table is message, and you have to be very cautious while giving it over here. Perfect. Now handle inserts. So this basically means that whatever you are getting in the payload, that okay, this is the new change that has been added to the table. So what do you want to do with it? This handle insert will guide you over there. Perfect. Handle insert. What does it say? Has implicit type any. Let it be. All right. Changes received payload. Let's see whether this works or not. All right. Is there some problem? Let's see. Supabase key is required. Supabase anon key, etc. I think yeah. So there's an error because I just allowed the AI to do its thing. So it is not this. The complete name is next public anon key. Go back. Go back here and just hit this thing. Perfect. Now let's see what does it say. So it seems that it has loaded, and we have already given the use client over there. Now let's say first of all, go to inspect element, say console. Let's say if I say hi, press submit, you can see that change received. See that this is something that I've logged also, change received, and it says payload. So now I can do whatever I want to do with this payload. Perfect. All right, so if you will see that what am I getting is yeah, see, I am able to get this text over here. Perfect. This payload I have got. So what you do is you say const new message equals payload dot new. Then what you do is you call the set message, set all message, and say previous message yeah, and set dot prev message previous message comma new message. All right, seems fine. Oh yes, let's click submit, save, and now let's try doing it one more time. So I'll say, is it working? Click submit. And it's not working fine. What's the issue? Let me figure out. Yeah. Hey. for some reason I'm able to get the message. Is it saved? Oh, I think it's not saved yet because it's still saying message received and all. Let's reload it first, and this time let's say hey with a lot of Y's. Yeah, you are able to see that the message got appended. Perfect. So we are pretty much sorted for the longest of the time. So let's go to Winnie and say hi, is real time working, and click on submit. Please click on submit, and you are able to see that hi is real time working. So it was sent twice. Let's see again hi, hit enter. By mistake his was sent. Anyways, we see that this functionality of real time is currently working fine, and I am able to send people messages in real time. Let's hit enter. We are able to see v etc. Perfect. Now what do we want? Now the important bit that we want is that whenever you log in, first of all, you are able to see your name written over here, and also because currently what we are doing is that if you will go to user slice. So what was here is that in the user slice that you were giving a dummy and giving a user ID 0 etc, which you do not want. You want that whenever you log in as a user, it should get changed to your user ID and your username there, because you want that whenever you log in as somebody else, you are able to basically that is how any app works, right? You log in and you want to see your username, and you want that you are exchanging the messages at that time. It is not hard coded, it is dynamic depending on who logged in, right? So the important thing that we need to note is that since although a lot of work is done, but still something that needed to be implemented. First of all, we need a sign in page, a sign up page through which we will be able to manipulate the things a bit better. Okay, let's get going. Let's talk less and start working again. So first of all, we need to do a bit of changes. And what are those? First of all, go to Prisma. Where is it? This is Prisma. Go to schema.prisma, and in this you need to know that we have to do one important thing, as that we need to include password over here, isn't it? You need to include a password. Makes sense. Now we need to do npx prisma run npx prisma migrate, npx prisma migrate dev. Perfect. This we need to do. Click, hit enter, because now a password field would also be needed, right? Wait for some time. See, now what is it saying? It has given me an error. Now let's see what this error is, because you also might encounter it, right? It is saying that it required to add the column password to the user without a default value. There are 3 rows in it, as we know that there were 3 friends which were getting shown, so it is not possible to execute this step. Now what do you think? Why this error coming? This error is coming because we had created an earlier table of user which did not have this password field. Now since I am not giving this question, since I am not making this compulsory, that is the reason that when I am that Prisma is asking that if you are making this compulsory, then what value will you give to the users who are existing there in the table? You need to give them a default value as well, right? So what do? You just put a question mark over there, right? And now why have I put question mark? See, I have removed the necessary, like it is not compulsory for the moment, because this will allow me to go back to the table and change the password manually for those. One way is that you can remove the entire table in the database, and then you can implement this strict functionality, or the other way is that you let the database be there. First of all, make this a question mark that this is not a compulsory field, and then go to the table, add the passwords, and then come and remove this, because then those fields will have the password. So this is something that I want to implement as of now. Let's see how does it works. Hit npx prisma migrate dev, and again wait. So I need to give it a name, so I'll say password not compulse, not strict. Hit enter. See, it is now not throwing an error. Alright, let's see. It might have generated a Prisma file also, migration file also. Anyways, let's go to our table, SQL Supabase, go to our table editor, open the user table, and see it has a password which are all set to null. So let me set the passwords. Alright, so let's say the password for this is 123, the password for other user is also 123, and this also 123, because 213, because this anyways is not a compulsory field, right? Perfect. So can I save this, or will this be saved by automatically? Let me see this. Insert a row, insert a column, etc. I think it's done. So if you will go here, come back here, I think it's done. Just reload it. So they have a default password. Now what I will do is that now I will come back, remove this, and then I'll again run this npx prisma migrate dev. Enter name for the migration. This I'll call as password strict. Hit enter. And see, this way I'm able to basically include a password field in this as well. Perfect. That makes more sense. So now what do? Now is the time to create the sign up and the sign in pages. All right, let's get started. This is the chat. This chat and okay, right. So in app I will say no, this one. Sign up. First of all, the sign up page, and then here in this I'll say page.tsx. Alright, so click on RAFCE, write RAFCE, it will give you a boilerplate, change it to a capital letters. This is by default the best practice to do in React. Anyways, let's kick off. Say class name what you will say, H screen and W screen, and background, what will you give? Let's say, first of all, let me shift it here. Alright, so let's go. Say background colors, very light color I want to give, so I'll say BG Slate 100. Perfect. Let's see. So it will be BG Slate 100. All right. Let's see. So it looks fine. Now in the center I want my basically because I'm going to make it very simple, we want our main functionality to be there. All right. So just give it a flex over there. Flex, then item center, and then also give justify center. Perfect. To see if there's anything inside this, make another div. Give another class name, say h2 of 6, and w, what do you give? Let's say width, and to give width you just come down 3 of 12. Let's see how does it looks like with 3 of 12, and then I need to give it a border. Come back. You should never try to memorize CSS, right? You can always have it here. Just go on hitting Control F or Command F and just keep on searching whatever you want. That's the best way, I think, and you can learn it better that way, I guess. Rest it's your choice. Anyways, let's see if I say border zinc 950. Interesting. Yes, h2 of 6, etc. Yeah, border background. So this was not working because I had not given this border class, and also I want to give it a background also. So let's give it a background. Background color. Come to this. Let's see if I say background white. Perfect. Let's give this here. Perfect. So this looks nice. Now what do I need to do? I will say give a few options of sign up, etc. So in this, what do I want? I want to give first of all a padding. Control F. I will give a padding. Scroll margin, etc. Why is it not giving me a padding? Let's say if I say margin, scroll margin, it's am I somewhere wrong? Background color, etc. Margin and padding, here it is. I don't know why it was not taking me to this place at the beginning. Anyways, come to this and see what you can do is so so if you will just use this one, so it will give you in pixels. So all right, let's see. I'll say padding p5. Perfect. And then let's say how do you give a heading? How do you give a text? So text and font, basically I want font size. So yeah, I can use the utility components, so let's use them. Primary heading I want to use, so let's call the primary heading here. And what does it expect? It expects a data field. So data I want to give it as sign up. So inside the data we have given the sign up. Let's see how does it look. Why is it not rendering? What's the problem here? Let's figure out. Go to primary heading. It is expecting a data field. It's of type string. It's imported also, right? Oh, let's see. The text color is white. That's the reason it's not picking up. Oh, all right. All right. So never mind. I'll give the class by myself. See, this is something that you need to know, that if you are stuck in such kind of bugs before, then only you will be able to decode it quickly, that this might be the reason it's not working. Otherwise you will just bang your head in the wall that why is it not working. Anyways, let's ignore this and just use the tailwind. So go to font size and select whatever you want. Let's say text for Excel I want to select. Yeah, so say paragraph and just go to class name, say control V, text for Excel, and then you want the font weight as extra bold. So go with this, control V, write your thing, what do you want to write, sign up, and see here it is. Can I, if I say rounded over here, is that a valid class? Yeah, that is a valid class, and the borders have rounded. So I've got a sign up. Now I just need to have 2 input boxes over there. Perfect. So input, type text, that's fine. So just hit enter over there, and what do you say? First of all, set the placeholder and ask it for username. All right. Perfect. And after saying placeholder, what do you say? You will use a useState class, okay, and you will use a on change. You say on change. Wait, yeah. So e set set a username. Basically, I'll just create a set username, and you will say e dot target dot value, isn't it? Perfect. You have got a placeholder, you have got a username, and so the value will be username, and this username I'll be creating just now. So say const username comma set username equals use state, and in that say an empty string. Perfect. Oops. Similarly, I'll say const password comma set password equals use state. Perfect. Yeah. Then I want another input field similar to this, and yeah, here this will be for password, password and set password. Let's see how does it looks. I need to say use client over there and import these as well. Let's see. Perfect. So username and password are there, but am I missing something? This is an input field, text username. A couple of things. So class name. So class name I will give it as, let's say, input thing. So I'll just go to width and set width to be, yeah, so width will be w3 by 4. See, so w3 of 4. Gap 25. Are you able to, how do you set a gap? Set gap x, so yeah, it should work. This is, oh, I have not set it yet. I'll say flex and flex call. See, flex call. Yeah, so the problem was that gap 25 is not a valid class of CSS, so give it a gap of 12. Hit save and see, so these have moved. But a couple of things that I want is, first of all, I want a border bottom, and I do not want this, basically this blue line coming there. So what do we do? Yeah, we say border B, and I say that on focus I want the outline as none. Let's see. Yeah, if you will write, it makes sense. Perfect. And the similar thing for this as well. So copy the class name and just hit this. Perfect. So it looks decent, right? It looks decent. And now I just need a button. So do I have a button in there? Small text, etc. Blah blah blah. No, I do not have a button. So well, I do not feel that I'll be creating a button right now. Okay. Oh, sorry. In a utility component, I'll just yeah, create the button over here only. Perfect. And I'll say submit. And inside this, I'll say class name. So yeah, so text I'll say to Excel. Text I'll say white. BG I'll say green. BG green, and border and then I want those rounded. Let's see what do I get. Background, let's say background color, come to green, where is it? Where are you, green color? Yeah, so here it is, and I want to use this shade of green, BG green 500. Okay, so just go at this place. Yeah, so I can reduce this gap to maybe 8 or maybe 10. Let's see. Yeah, this looks nice. Just the thing that I want a bit less width, so go again to width and set width to be around 10, 12, etc. Let's see, 24 if I say a bit wider, I'll say 48. Perfect. It looks nice. A padding value of 4 pixels. Okay, let it be. So for the time being, this looks fine, and on sign up page we have the password page. Perfect. So this is something that we do have. All right, that's great. What do we want now more? I think that's enough. Now let's just copy this, Control A, Control C, and create a sign in page. Oops. The best way is to click on just app and then say sign in. Otherwise it will create a wrong directory structure and all. Say page.tsx, paste this over here. Yeah. So pretty much it. The things will be sign up as written over, sign up. Just say here sign in. Let's see. Let's go here. Click on sign in. We are here. We are at sign up and we are at sign in. One thing that I want to have more is that if I'm on the sign in page, I want to go to the sign up page if I have not signed in, if I do not have an account, right? So what do I do for that? Yeah, I just create another button that will look fine also. Perfect. This is a very kiddish UI, you might think, but let it be for the moment. So let's go to page.tsx and let's create a div for this, and let's see if I can put this inside it. Seems fine. Copy this, Control C, Control V, and say sign in. Say sign in. Okay, sorry. So I am basically on the sign in page. Let's go to sign up page. It is giving one after the other. That's obvious. That's expected. So class flex and gap 4. Let's see. It looks nice. Just the thing that I will change the border background color. So let's change it to something background black. That looks nice, right? That's pretty decent. And the same thing. Just copy this and just go to the sign in page. Go to Control V. Click right here, sign in. All right. And the other thing that I want to do here is I'll change it by sign up. Perfect. See, seems fine. All right. You write something here also. It should work fine, right? Yeah. So what do we do now? We will now create the API endpoints over here, and then we will write the APIs, and then this part will be done. And then we will begin with basically all that different task of DevOps, like in which we will do different things and take it to production stage. All right. Yeah. So first of all, I can see that there is just a small bit of problem that this message component does not have a fixed height. So first of all, let me give that. I think I skipped it earlier, so let's get that done first. So I'll say height, and that also I will give as 640 pixels, which is our maximum height as well. All right, perfect. So now that since that is sort, now let's figure out. So for the time being, I'll change this user slice to 1 so that at least I'm able to see some messages over here. Let me reload this. Just wait for some time. Yeah, so there are the messages. Now what do I want? I want that I'm able to sign in, sign up, and basically store my user details in the browser, implement JWT. So this all we are going to do right now. So we'll be going through it. All right, so let's come to the sign in page, and first of all let's complete the sign up page functionality. All right, so what do? You just hit the on, you just add the on click, and you say handle on click. All right, now just copy it and just say const handle on click equals, make it an async function, and you have to say so what you will be doing, you will be signing it up, right? So just say const resp equals await, const resp equals await Axios, import it, axios.post http/local localhost colon 3000 colon, what do you want to say it? I'll say sign up. All right, sign up, and then give your username comma password over there. All right, perfect. Then after you have it, I just want to console.log resp.data. Perfect. Moreover, what do I want to do is that when I get to this point, I want the person to be to get transferred to the sign in page. All right, so for that I need to import use router. It's something like that. Let's see, what is it? Use router, next router. Perfect. I think it's next navigation. Yeah, it's next navigation, and then I'll say const router equals use router, and then what do? I say router dot push / sign in. So this will take me to the sign in page. Okay, so for this I need to create the API route also. So let's go back to our API and say that I want a sign up route. Inside just say route.ts. all right, let's take off any other so that we have a basic template with us to start. So this will speed up our process. All right, so this is our post method only, that's fine, and this all I can remove. So I'll say const of username comma password equals rec.json. okay, and username does not exist. Yeah, so async function equals await. All right, then when I have this, what do I want? I want to first of all encrypt this password. Right, I do not want to put my password as such in the database, because then it will be visible in, see, this is how the password. I do not want that I'm able to basically whenever if I give the access of DB to any person, I do not want them to have the access to password. So what do? I will encrypt it, and for this what will I use? I will use the encryption library. So npm install bcrypt. All right, install this library. It is used to hash. I'll tell more about it. So just say import bcrypt from bcrypt. All right, and also you will need to import its type as well, right? So what are its types? Let's go to and let's try to figure out its types. So I'll say bcrypt typescript types. Let's see what is case. Yeah, so just install this. This is basically so as to satisfy the TypeScript. All right, so the error is now gone, and now what do? I first of all figure out that const, I will make a hashed password equals bcrypt dot hash password comma salt. This is basically a salt. I think this is round of salt or something that you give to bcrypt library. More about it, we will just come to it, but first of all let's write this API route. All right, so we have the hashed password, and now what do we want? That const response equals await prisma dot create prisma dot user dot create, and in this I want to give yeah, so data, and in the data I want that username. What do I have the fields over here? Let's go to So username and password I have now. So username is fine, but for password I want to give as hashed password, right? Perfect. What does it say? Promise. Yeah, so I think I should use await here. Yeah, fine. Perfect. So after getting this done, there's a post request, and then you can, I'll say, perfect, or you can change the name to new user. Say over here new user. All right. So what will happen that whenever you will do a post request, your password will get hashed, and this hashed password will be stored. See, let's try to figure out that what we are trying to achieve, right? See, whenever you have entered a password, right? How do you enter? Is the text? Suppose you have entered a password saying 123. Now this password will, if we are not hashing it, then it will be stored as such in the library, in the database, but then anybody can see that, right? So what happens is, actually you hash this password. We use the bcrypt library which hashed it, right? Now after hashing, let's say it got converted to something random. Now the interesting thing that you might think that okay, so even if it's hashed, anybody in the company can like, can't they get back 123 from this string? The answer is a simple that you can you get back this? The answer is a simple no. You cannot get back this 123 or this password from this hash string. Then you will say, then how do you compare at the time of login that whether I am entering the right password or not? See, this travel from 123, this simple password, to this hashed password is just a one-way road. You cannot get back to this. So what happens is that whenever you try to log in, let's say another person, you come later and enter 123, then this also will be converted to a hash, and then it will be matched with this original hash, and then it will be matched with the original hash, and if these match, then it means that you are the verified user. So this is how it happens. You will understand more about this hashing and how does bcrypt validates that whether the new password is the right password. You will get about it in much more depth when we will be writing the sign-in routes, but for the moment I think it's clear that how the password is hashed, and then the way it will be compared, we will discuss about it in the sign-in section. All right, so for the moment we have created a post route, and let's try to hit it, and then we will figure out that what the mistakes we are any mistakes if we make. So API, and I'll go sign up. Perfect. Go to body and say username, let's say I say as penguin, and password I say as, I'll say Henry as the username, and I'll say the password to be penguin. All right, let's try to hit it, and this is a post request, sorry. All right, let's hit it, and you are able to see this that we have got an ID, username, and see this is the hashed password that we have got. All right, makes sense. Let's see that how it looks in the database as well. Reload this and see, you are able to see that we have got Henry, and the password is is basically hashed. See, this is not encryption. Do not confuse hashing with encryption. For this I have made a short also, but remember that this is not encryption, and encryption is a two-way process. You can get back the original string, but from hash string you can never get back your original string. All right, that makes sense. Now what do? We make our sign-in route as well. Perfect. So this is fine. This looks fine. Now let's go to a sign-in page, and let's try to copy the code as much as we can. So yeah, let's take it, Control C, and go to sign-in page, and here I'll say, and this will be the chat page. Axios, let's import it. Use router, we will import it. Makes sense. And then handle on click. So this function I'll need to provide to my submit button. Right. So on click, I'll say handle on click. Perfect. Makes sense. At this point of time, we will have the sign in route. So, all right. But now things will become much more interesting as this has something more to it. Now here we will implement the JWT token as well, and the importance of it we will discuss. JWT is JSON Web Tokens, right? Let's go to the sign in route. Where's the sign in route? Oh, okay, I'll need to create it. Yeah. So sign in, and say route.ts. Perfect. Try to copy the content from this part, paste it here, Control V. Yeah. So this will be username, password, etc. Const. I do not need this. I do not need this as of now. Ignore it. And first of all, what do I need is that const user equals await Prisma dot find Prisma dot user dot find dot find unique where username. All right, so username is username. This is how it looks, but since both are same, so I can ignore it and just write this much. All right, so after getting this username, what I will do is, so what can we say, that if no user, like if no user is found, then we will say return next response dot JSON error, and we'll say no user found. Perfect. So this will be our error. Perfect. And then what do we say? Const is match equals bcrypt.compare password comma user.password. Now is the interesting thing, friends, that you will say that Saksham, you said that bcrypt will take my new password, like the password which now I have just entered at the sign in page. Let me show you first. I don't think it will work as of now, as it's in the middle stage. Yeah, anyways, leave it for now. So I need to save it first, right? Then only it will work. Yeah, so the thing is that you will say that, Saksham, you told that the bcrypt.compare will take my original password and will then convert it into a hash and will match it with the user.password. That's one thing, that's absolutely true. But one thing you also have to note is that bcrypt, how does it hashes? It basically adds a salt to your original password. So it needs that salt, that okay, which salt did I add it to his password? It needs to keep a track. So how does it keep? It takes my password from the database, and from this password, this original password which is saved in the database, it extracts that salt. Now it has that salt, and now it will mix into this password. And now it will make a hash. So if now this matches this, then it means that the person is original person. I hope I'm able to translate it. That whenever bcrypt hashes a password, it adds a salt, that is a string, to your password and then hashes it. And this is that. But now when you are entering at the time of sign in your password, it again needs that salt to get that hashed password. So for getting that salt, it takes the password from the database, extracts that salt from that hashed password, and then again hashes the password which you entered at the time of sign in. And if now the both of the hashed password match, then it means that you are a verified user. Hope that makes sense. Now go ahead, if is match. If not, if it does not matches again, then I'll say password incorrect. Although it's not a good practice to explicitly tell that the password was incorrect, you should always say error in login. But for the moment, just so that we are able to better debug our application, we are doing this. Perfect. So if the user is also found, if the password is also matching, then what do we need to? We need to return the original user. But we do not return this original user as such. This is because, friends, what were we doing when we were at the time of sign in? What do you think we will do? When we sign in, we will store our user information in the browser, so that whenever you load also, the browser has that information, that who is the user, or what is the username, etc., so that it is able to fetch the messages between you and the other person, right? But there is a trick here. A hacker can just go to the browser, because browser it's in your machine, and he can just change the username or change the ID, and what will happen? The other person will be logged in and you will be able to see the messages across among those persons. You do not want that. You want that every request, like if the fetch message or any of the requests, like for example in the message component, you are making this request, right? You want that it is taking from headers, and these headers will come from the browser local storage. We will store that in this. We do not want that any person be able to access the messages between any other persons except himself. So for that, we want that these API routes be protected, that only the verified user is able to call these APIs from their browser. So for that purpose, JWTs are used. Even if you have not got a hang of it right now, don't worry, we will get it. You will see it while I code, that how things are working, what benefit does it bring. All right. So first of all, just save. Okay. Wait. I do not want to return this. Yeah. So let's first of all kill this and install, first of all, npm install JSON web token. And after installing, we want its type also. So I'll say JSON web token TypeScript types. Perfect. Now take this, hit install, and now we can get import, I think it's JWT from JSON web token. Perfect. All right, so we do have this now. So now we have JWT. Now what do we do is that we say const token equals JWT dot sign. You are basically signing something. So say username, and what do we have here? Password. No, we do not want to sign it with password. We'll sign it with user dot first of all, wait, I'll say ID, and I'll say user dot ID, and then I'll say it for name I will say as user.username. Perfect. So after having this, it's showing red. Let's see what does it say. Expected 2 to 4 arguments but got 1. So what is that other argument? Now see what is it doing. It is basically, see, it is giving you a token. Like whenever you log in now, the sign in request which you made from the client, the response will be a token. If you are verified, it will return you a token that whenever you are making any request, you bring this token along with your request. And we will store this token in the header. We will see this in the Postman that how are we doing it. But for the moment, hear this theory out that whenever you sign in, from the next the response, in the response you will be provided a token, and the server wants that whenever you are making any calls from now onwards, you have to bring this token, otherwise you will not be responded. So this is what it is. So now you have to say JWT, this is my JWT secret. Now you'll say we have not made it yet. Yes, we have not made it, and we will make it right now. So just go to your env file, all right, and say JWT secret key equals, you can give it any secret key, like for example I'll say Oswald and the rate of 1 2 3, but just make sure that nobody knows this, because then they will be able to decode it. So yeah, so this is your secret key, and now just hit save, and now come back to your routes and say sign in route, right? So I'll say const JWT secret equals process dot env dot JWT underscore secret underscore key, else an empty string I'll give so that it does not works. Perfect. So now this token will be created, and it will be sent to the browser, so that whenever the next request comes, you have to bring this token along with your request, then only the response will be sent. Perfect. So now also you can see that in this token you will have the ID and the name as well. So you will say return next response user comma token. Okay, perfect. Remove this. Now save this, and now let's see that whether things work or not. Let's see just if everything seems fine. Yes, everything seems fine. Go back to the sign in route. Sign in the page.tsx and just.data. Perfect. Let's see. Let's see this from the sign in part. Now I think that I should be returned with a sign in. Perfect. Let's see. Now so I have changed it to sign in. Now I think that I should be returned with a token. Let's hit enter and see. It says refuse to connect. Of course, first of all I need to start the server, npm run dev. So this is actually not router. This will come from navigation. You have to remember this, right? Oops, I was stuck in this for a while. After that, then I figured this out. All right. Let's first of all try the things from Postman only. See, after you hit the send button, you are able to get the token and you are able to get the user, right? So this token is something that you will store in your local storage. All right. So as of now we have this. Now how are we going to protect the routes? See, first of all, we are just trying the things from Postman because because this is a better way to debug, right? Going from the UI might introduce some errors also. So it's better that if you have just crafted something, better try this from Postman. That's why Postman is so famous also. So now that we have checked it from Postman, just wait for a second. Yeah. So now that we have checked on Postman that it's working, let's see that if our UI also works as expected or not. So first of all, let's go to the sign up route and try signing in. Okay, so I'll say Lily and I'll say 1 2 3. Okay, hit submit, and you are directed to the sign in route. But before that, let's check that whether the Lily is added or not. So hit Control R to reload, basically Command R. And no, we have not we have not added the user. So that is let's see our API route. So here first of all I have missed to write API, and I think that then I would have similarly missed it here as well, /API. Let's save this. All right, and just go back again to the sign up page, say Lily, and say is Lily earlier also? No, it's fine, and say submit. Inspect element in console. Let's see. Perfect. So Lily is added to our database. So that means that the sign up route is working fine. And now let's try to sign in. Hit submit. it's not working. Let's see. Go to the sign in and handle on click. We have not basically called the function. So now let's see. Hit submit. And yeah, see, and we are able to get the token as well. No, here we are able to get the password and yes, the token as well. All right, so that we have got the token and all. After getting the token, the first thing that I want to do is to store it in the local storage, right? Because any call which I want to make, I'll make it. I need to give this token, right? So to use it across different places, it's better that I store it in the local storage. So all right, so I'll say local storage dot set item. I'll say token and then I'll say resp dot yeah, first of all this will be in this, then I'll say resp dot data dot token. Let's see what I've control resp dot data, and in this I want the token. Perfect, makes sense. All right, and one more thing that I want to do is that I want to wrap it inside a try catch block. Okay, so control X, control and then control V. Perfect. All right, and then just console.log error. Perfect. So that it won't move ahead. Makes sense. Now let's try that again, and we will see that whether, so enter, we will see that whether it's getting stored in the local storage or not. Okay, hit submit. All right, so we have been redirected to the chat page, and go to the storage, and you can see that we have this token over here. All right, seems it's working fine. Now what do we want? So we want that we are able to basically first of all, shall we add a couple of more things over here? So local storage, wait, so this was it. Let's remove this comment section and add a few more things. So I'll say username response.data, and what did we have? Response.data dot user dot username, response.data dot user dot username, and response.data dot user dot id. So these three things I'll store it in my local storage. And now what do we want? We want that so one thing that we missed is that in the sign in route we have to put the id over here, and let's see that if we go to the sign in part and let's enter Lily and add 123. So we have the id and the username etc over here. Let's see that if we are deleting, okay, let's delete this for the moment, and this deletes this token as well. Perfect. Now let's reload this. So although it will open because we have not used the component thing yet, but let's say we go once again just to be sure that our setting up local storage is working fine. Hit submit, and see now we are updating id, token, and username perfectly well. All right, so now after that's done, go to user slice, and you can see that in user slice also we are updating the user id and username perfectly well. So after getting this done, you should move on to the profile section, and here what we can do is we will not hard code it, and we will first of all import the state. Okay, so I'll say const state equals use selector state type of root state. All right, and here I will say that it will be state dot user dot username. All right, so let's see what does it say. It says that this function React server components, so we have to use client over at this part. So I'll say use client. Let's try this one more time, and you can see Lily is written over here. All right, so if I change it to something else, let's say I change it to Sam. All right, and just hit reload, so you are able to see that the Sam can gets written over here. So now it's time that we get to something more interesting. Now that we have got a token as well, let's see that how does this token works. Okay, so first of all, because obviously we have to secure our routes now, so let's say that we are trying to secure our route, and it's of posting a message, right? Let's say how can I secure this route. Perfect. So what I will do is inside go to messages. Let's say that I was just checking it earlier, so never mind. we'll check this once again. So what we can do is that in the headers, we are going to provide the person with a with a JWT token. All right. So go to headers, and you can add their authorization and add this token. What is this token? We will just come back, get back to it. First of all, let's remove this all. You just have to add a key called authorization, for example, and you can write here. This is the standard way which you are doing. Just write bearer, and you can write you should write the token over here at this part. Okay, perfect. So for that, what can I do? Go to, yeah, so this is our token. Select all and paste it over here, leaving a space. This space will help us. See, this is a single space. This space will help us to get to this token perfectly well. Now you will say that you could have directly written the token. Why to include this bearer and all? This is just a standard practice so that you don't feel overwhelmed when you look at the code bases. Perfect. Now after you have done this, you have to secure your routes, right? So how will you do that? So to do that, what you can do is const token equals, first of all, request dot headers dot get, and in that get you should say authorization. Perfect. Now you have got the token. Now what you will do? Const basically const this is the bearer token, right? So just write here bearer token, const bearer token. Oh, the spelling is wrong. And now say const token. This is the actual token, and you will say that it will be equal to bearer token dot split with a space, and use the, so this will convert it into an array, basically that string. And this is the array is, how is it distinguished, that what are the element? It is distinguishing by this use of space, that whenever there is a space, that will convert it to be a separate element. All right, so just use it as the one, as I want the second part. Perfect. Now I will say that if no token is present, then return unauthorized. Perfect. Remove this. Another thing that I want is two checks I want to make, right? If what will I say? If const is token valid, for that I'll say JWT. I'll need to import that. So import JWT from JSON web token. All right, and then I'll say JWT dot verify, and that will be token, yeah. So I'll say token comma JWT secret, and that secret I have stored somewhere, I've written somewhere else also, right? Yeah, here is it. So I'll copy this, paste it here. Let's say at this part. All right, I can use it up at this part. Paste it over here, and then I'll say. So what this part will do, this part will verify that if the received token is valid or not. See the interesting part, if you are able to see this very keenly, that this is just validating that whether the token is valid or not. It is not checking that whose token is it, right? So this is a very interesting thing. If you are not making your website carefully, the hacker can do a lot of things utilizing this part, that it is just verifying whether the token is valid or not. It is not matching it with anything, right? Let's move ahead. Think about that what I just said right now, right? And comment down if you feel that what I was trying to convey. Anyways, if so now again say is token valid. If it's not, then what do I want to do? Again I want to return the same thing, unauthorized due to not invalid, I'll say missing token. This I'm just adding so the for the purpose of debugging, due to this, here I will say invalid token. Perfect. Yeah, things seem to work fine now. Is there some error? Yeah, perfect. Now see, this route is protected because it will first check for the token and all. Let's see. Now let's say that if I'm not sending this, hit send unauthorized due to missing token, right? It said that. And even if in place of E I add F, and let's say I try to send it, it is again not worked. But I think the error is something else, because if I use E, it should have given something, right? Yeah, so it's perfectly fine working now, right? So it said that I'm returned the response, right? This message has been appended. Let's go to the table and see that if that's the case, go to message number 93. Hey, checking JWT. All right. So this route is protected. But now let me show you what I was just trying to say right earlier. See, my friends, if you will go to the message part. Where is it? It's in center bottom, right? Here you can see that I am using the user.id and state.friend ID. So what can the hacker do? He knows that even if he uses his JWT token, then in the backend it is just validating whether the token is right or not. It is not matching it to anybody. So what he will do is that he will get to this local storage and he will manipulate his ID. And if he will manipulate this ID, then what will happen? Then if he says 7, then, and if he uses this 7, because this code is in the browser, right? You are using use client, so this code in the browser, if he uses 7 and sends it this with his token also, then also he will get back the response. That is, he will be able to post messages on somebody else's behalf, which we do not absolutely want, right? So for that purpose, what you generally do is, you actually do not send this. You actually do not send this sender ID, receiver ID, because this is the front end code. So, and the user can manipulate this, because from it's very easy for a person to manipulate the state, because this is also again getting picked up from the Redux only. So try to send it with the token, because in the backend you can always use a decode function to decode that, right? You can always use a decode. JWT provides a decode function which you can use to decode the token. So what will happen? You are only able to send the token from the front end. And now, what token will you send? You can only send your token, because you do not have the secret key. Secret key is in the backend, and since if the hacker does not have the secret key, how will he make another person's JWT? And if he will not be able to make another person's JWT, he will not be able to post messages on anybody else's behalf. So this is the thing that you have to keep in mind while making your app more secure. So see, there are a couple of things which you have to do. Number one is that you have to, this will be a bounty. So you will figure that out, that how to, this is a very simple, straightforward thing. So try to do this, because it will motivate you to work in this project and to get your hands dirty. So what there will be a bounty which I'll be announcing in the GitHub page, or maybe at the end of the video, that how much is the bounty amount and all. But listen to it, that what you have to do, you are not going to send the sender ID and receiver ID anyways, all right? But first of all, oh sorry, I have not even added the, I have not even manipulated to send it from the UI part, right? But guess what, how will I do this? I'll say headers, and I'll say token, and then I will use token, and I'll say bearer, and then a $, and then this, and then I'll say, first of all, I'll I'll say basically local storage, right? Local storage dot get item token. Perfect. And then what do I do? Yeah, so I'll say, right, so I have this headers and token bearer. So in what you have to do is that you absolutely do not have to use the sender ID and receiver ID for at this place. You have to configure the backend in such a way that from this token only our server is extracting the sender ID. Basically, you have to keep the receiver ID, and of course, it's not a problem. But the sender ID is that you should not be giving it from this side. This you will extract it in the server from this token only. All right. So this is your homework. So remove this and extract it in the backend only, and extract it in server side. Extract in server side. Perfect. All right. So let's try sending a message from this part. So I'll send a message to, let's say, Bill. Okay, and say hi, and if I hit enter, it says missing token. Local storage dot get item token bearer token missing token. Go to the routes for message. Here it will be bearer token authorization. Oh sorry, the token is not, I have put a wrong name over there, so let's change that again. Go to the section of center bottom, and say over here authorization. Okay, authorization. Now let's try to save this and do this once again. So I'll go with Bill, and I'll say hey. Oops, anyways, let's hit enter and go to console. What does it say? Center bottom. So the error that we are getting is that it says the sender ID is invalid value provided, expected integer provided string. All right. So what you can do is say wrap it inside the number. Now let's try it once again. All right. So I'll say again hi, and then hit next, submit. And you can see that messages are there. Again send. All right, so again these two messages are coming, and this is again a bounty which you have to solve, that figure out that where is double ending happening and what else. You will get a better understanding of React by that. So yeah, so we were able to protect our routes, and you have an understanding that what needs to be done to protect those, and how hacker can manipulate your can hack into your app. Perfect. So far so good. So we just need to safeguard our other routes as well. And for this, let's go to our message routes and just copy this. Okay, So let's just copy this and say perfect. See, this is not the perfect way. In actuality, you should create another file in which you should put all that code and then use that across multiple routes, because this is just rewriting of code, right? So a bounty on this as well. All these bounty amounts will be declared at the end. This is not a clickbait for you to watch the whole video. The thing is that I do not have it in my mind. I'll decide it later on, but I'm just telling that, yeah, this will be a bounty, alright? So you have to do that. So this was a message routes, and so we will give it for this as well. Okay, here also added. Now we will go to message routes done, then user. Okay, alright. So at this part also I want to put it. JWT secret will be taken. And then at all also I want to put over here. There was another route as well. So this is, I'm repeating my code. You have to rectify this by putting it in another file, but for the moment it's fine. Copy this and just paste it at other places. Here it's already there. Put this here, and inside this also put this here. Perfect. Now the other thing that you have to do is then JWT. Okay, so you have to import this also, right? So import JWT, Control C, and this message routes we have. Okay, so we have already imported it here. Go to this part, paste it here, and in this also keep it here. And on every request you have to add these headers. So go to the center bottom, and what we will do is we'll just copy this, right? Control C, and let's go to other components. So message component. In headers we were passing as a user ID, etc. This was for message component. Okay. Yeah. So at this part I can add that. I just want to add the authorization header also. So copy this, say Control C, and in the message part add it. Good. This is done. The header will already be set for this. And what else? Where else do I want? What are the other routes? All messages, then all messages. This was for messages route, for posting a message. This is for getting all the message between two users, right? So these routes we have secured, posting a message and all. And now we will come to all. We will say route.ts. So what was this for? This was for getting all the users. So this will be in the right side. Go to chats, and here yeah, at this part you should add the headers. Perfect. So I'll take this from this part. I'll say headers, copy, go to chats, so far our app looks fine only, but there's a bug which I found, so that will be again added as a bounty, and I'll explain you that what's the problem and how to solve it, but you have to solve it, right? So go to the sign in route, put your attention to this part, that this ID and username, okay, and hit sign in. You can see that this has not vanished, and this has not vanished because we have not written any code which is deleting the local storage. And the impact of this is that if I now write, this is Lily, right? So let's try with some other name. What do we have? We have Bill. Okay, go and write Bill, hit 1 2 3 and hit submit. So you will see that Lily is still written over there because it's fetching the local storage, and the local storage was not updated at the point when it got reflected in the initial state. So that's the reason. Now hit Control R. Now it's Bill, but it should be from the very starting point only, right? So the way I want you to do is, the convenient way is that you implement a logout button at this below portion in the below the group section. Okay, you should implement a logout button, and on pressing the logout button, a couple of things need to do. The local storage need to get basically deleted, and secondly, it should be rerouted by itself. It should be rerouted to the sign in page, right? So that is what can solve this problem. Perfect. So all the routes are also protected now, because now even if anybody tries to hit it from the postman, then also they won't be able to until unless they have this bearer code. Perfect. The small things that we can just do right now is first of all the routing which we have. Go to the sign in page. Go to the sign in page and use router. Perfect. And I'll say router, and on pressing this submit button, I want on click router.push sign up. Perfect. This is what I want. Copy this because I'll paste it in the sign up part over here, and here I'll say sign in. All right, so these are just the very nitpicks that we should be doing so that our app looks seamless. So yeah, so sign in, sign up are also working, and we are able to go inside. Perfect. What's happened? Oh, sorry, it is already there, so I'll need to go to sign in. Then says 123, enter to the chat section. Perfect. Reload this so that you have Lily over here, and then you can talk to other people. It will fetch you the messages. You can type there. So things look smooth at this point. You have to solve this, that they are getting rendered multiple times, so that's again a bounty. All the bounties will be discussed at the end, maybe. I don't know where you get in the video, but that will be told in the initial part or in the end part, somewhere there. Alright, so we are almost done with the app, ignoring a few bugs which will be given as the bounty, and that list will be shared. So a couple of things before building are that a small bug that I think that's very obvious to solve is that if you will go to localhost 3000, like we will be changing it with that domain name, but for the moment if somebody is visiting this, let's see where do they land. They landed too high there, and that's because if you will look at the page.tsx, so it says hi there over there, right? So this is something which we do not want. All right, so what do we want? That if somebody is landing at localhost 3000, then they should be automatically redirected to the sign in page. Okay, so this is something that we want. So what do? Let's import things from sign in, and we will try to basically route them to another place. So, okay, perfect. And now what will I say? I'll say route that same, right? Router dot push. All right, so const router equal to use router. So now I will do is router dot push, and where will I push them to? Well, I will push them to sign in page. All right, let's see whether it works or not. So it says that you are using use router etc. All right, so put a use client on top. Again, I'm repeating that you should be cautious about using use client. Anyways, let's reload this. Invalid call hooks can be called inside the body of a function component. Have I done something wrong? Achha, sorry, I have to use this inside it, right? Let's see. So if I'm going to just localhost 3000, I'm landing at sign in page. Perfect, that's what we wanted, that even if we are hitting localhost 3000, we are landing at sign in page. Perfect, so this works. Now see, even before running the build command, I want to just tell you that it will throw a lot of errors. So you have to bear with it, that it will throw a lot of errors, because now it's the time that you are finally building your project, and you will be now dockerizing your project into an image, and you will be like putting it up on AWS instance for it to run. So we will be making our app just single click deployment, that we will containerize, we will build it, containerize the image, push it on Docker Hub, log into EC2 instance, download that, pull that image, and then run that. All of that automatically using the CI/CD pipeline that we are going to create, and the Docker file which we are going to write after we build this project. So I think that it's very interesting if you are new to this, and like, right, this is the most interesting part now. So say npm run build. Now it will throw a lot of errors, which we'll go through one by one. All right. So first of all, it says that somewhere it says in username it's not any is not assignable. Let's go. Yeah, this was earlier also. This was posing a problem. The thing is that in users, I don't think that I used single anyway. So let's delete it altogether. Perfect. All right. Let's hit again npm run build. Now you see that go to message components. It says that payload has implicit any type. Okay, so I can declare it any, or I know that this will be that from the payload I want this new thing, and this will be of type message, right? This I was able to do because I know that I have made an interface up, right? Perfect, that's it. While it built, let me just see whether it's recording or not perfectly. Yeah, it's recording. Perfect. All right. So now what does it say? On click is missing. Go to this part, go to friend box, and because now I'm putting a question mark over here, because a lot of places this on click function I'm not passing, so I want it to be conditionally there. In some cases I want this, and in some cases I do not want to pass it as a prop, so I will put a question mark over here, and it should work now. See, I could have edited this part also and could have asked you to build it yourself, but I want that these are the problems that you will definitely face. So I want you to see that how are we resolving these, right? Now see, now these are the errors. Basically it is throwing that we have defined some variables which are no longer needed. So I'll be doing nothing else but just to remove these. So that's it. So you can so I'll be fast forwarding it. All right. For key I can pass friend.id. So wait, key, oh sorry, I have to pass this inside, right? So key equals friend.id. Perfect. Metadata, I can remove this. Again, I'm telling that the way I did it, it's a big blunder to do it in Next.js, because I'm using use client on the basically the topmost node. So this is, you have to be careful, you have to figure out that how it's solved. Like if you are looking at this video after some days from I have posted some, it's possible that people have solved this issue and you can figure out the GitHub and just see that what they have done. Otherwise, if nobody performs this after 3 weeks or 4 weeks, I'll myself put the solution over there. All right, so no worries, but try to figure out that how could you solve this problem, that you do not want to use client over here, but you have to use providers. How will you solve it? Okay. Alright, so those errors of things not used are removed. Make sure that you are saving this at every file, because otherwise it will still not figure out that you have solved the issue. Now see, now you will find that there are a few errors: export encountered errors on following path, etc, etc, etc. If you will try to debug and go into greater depths of it, you will find out that the basic problem which it is facing is, like if you will go up now, so you will find that it says local storage is not defined, etc. Perfect. So now you will say, see, this is, now you are going to get a lot of help, because I was stuck in this for a lot of time. So actually what is happening is, like for example in sign in, you are calling local storage, right? So now a lot of many actually the problem is that at a lot of places in if you are taking sign in, sign up, or etc, if they are using somewhere Redux, let's go to our Redux slice. So at the places where we are using use client, those will be rendered at the client side, so no problem over there. But if you will try, but still a lot of components which are using the, see, basic problem is that you are trying to access local storage, and that is a client side thing. So during the server side rendering, this will give an error. That's obvious. Now what is happening is, now the basic problem, because I have debugged it, so let me tell you the basic problem. So in this Redux, you have just wait for a second. All right, so you have this. Perfect. That was what I have changed while debugging. So this is what you have, right? But the problem is that it will render in the client side, it will render in the server side, because we have not used use client, and it is accessing local storage. So a lot of many components, even if they are client side, but if they or even if they are not client side, if they are accessing Redux, then they will force to access local storage which is not accessible. Then what you will suggest is that we can use client over here. But this again will not solve the problem, because if there are other components who are trying to access these because we have, for example, store where these slices are basically managed and all. So either you have to completely move it to front end, but it's not possible, because it's a central library which is used at many components. So this use client will not much work here. It will again throw the errors. So now you will say that then how will we provide it, because these things will be provided at the from the local storage, and local storage is front end, but this component will be rendered on the server side. So this is very tricky. What do we do? See, the solution is that first of all, you just comment it out that okay, we can't use local storage in the Redux. Then what do we do? What I have figured out, that we can give a user ID, for example 0, and username, for example dummy for the moment. Now this will get rendered in the server side, and this will be sent to the front end. Perfect. And to the browser. Now in the browser, basically when my first component will mount, for example when my message component will mount, because that chat component, because that is the component which is of utmost importance to our app, right? Let's go inside this. Now inside this, let's go to the for example go to the message. Perfect. This is our main component, right? Now we know that this is the front side code, because we have used use client over here. So what you can do is that you can trigger that when this component renders, so in this use effect, you can dispatch a function, you can dispatch an action, and what that action will be, that action will basically update this state. Perfect. So as a visiting user, it will not appear that the user ID was 0 or dummy, because as soon as he will enter the chat, and as soon as the chat page will load, that dispatch action will trigger, and it will change these variables. Perfect. So this is a hack around. So what do we have? We have an update user, right? All right, let's go to message components, and inside this, what you can do is first of all we will need to const dispatch dispatch equals use dispatch. Perfect. Const dispatch equal to use dispatch. Now we have got this, and now what do we do? In use effect, I will say dispatch update user with two things, right? First of all is the ID, and that will be local storage, etc. Let me get it from the slice only. So it will be this thing. Perfect. And it's expecting ID, that's why I'm passing it. Okay, so it will be this. Again this one, and then one is ID and the other is the name, and name also I'll take it from here. So local storage dot get username. Perfect. All right, let's put this here, and okay, it has to be a bracket first of all over here, and then I guess over this part. Perfect, that makes sense. Dispatch this function. Let's hit save, and now when I will click on npm run dev, let's see first of all whether our thing is working fine or not. All right, so let's explore this. Inspect elements, go to first of all the storage, and delete all of these, right? Because we do not want that these values get rendered, because we want to see that whether our action gets triggered or not. Perfect. So now has it opened on? Oh sorry, it's not opened. This was already opened over here. So let's rerun it again. npm run dev. All right, let's hit reload. We are present over here, Saksham, and then 1 2 3. Hit submit. I think we have not saved it over here, right? Now it's fine. Failed to save usually the content is newer. Please compare your version with the file content. Overwrite. Just click overwrite, save, and then just run it. Perfect. So see, you have landed over here, and this Saksham is new. I have not reloaded this page. All right, so let's say for example, if you want to just see this again, I'm just doing it once more so that it becomes clear. All right, and delete, and now let's go to the sign in part. Hit enter. I am typing Saksham. Now let's enter 1 2 3 and hit submit button. See, Saksham is getting rendered, right? So this has solved our issue. If we had not used this, then we would have to make some reload or etc. But this is just seamless, right? So this has solved our problem. Now let's see that whether we are able to build our image as well. Build our project image building we have to do. Let's see. Perfect. So our project is built as well, and we are able to solve a couple of issues as well. So that yeah, perfect. Now it's time to Dockerize our image and do the interesting DevOps part. All right, stay tuned. All right, so here we are all sorted. So now is the part to do DevOps, and the first thing that we are going to do is to make a Docker image. Now many of you might be knowing Docker, but for the people who don't know, let me give a brief explanation, but wholesome explanation. See, Docker is something like Docker is just like you package your project. Like it has so many things, right? It has a Prisma, it has a node environment, it has paths, etc. It is a lot of things, right? So if you want to ever give it to your friend, like what do you generally do? You just push it on GitHub, and your friend clones it. But there are several configurations which he needs to do. So that makes, if he wants to contribute to that, it makes a bit tedious, right? And even if you want to deploy or give it to somebody, or maybe change the servers, it is a lot of pain to every time configure a lot of things. So what do we do? We make a file in which we define the commands once, that these commands need to be followed. So whenever anybody wants, they just run the Docker file. They just run the Docker file, and the program gets started. All right. So this is something we know. Now it has got a lot of use while in open source contributions, because if you want the contributors to not take the headache of setting up the project in local but actually contribute, then you use Docker images so that they can get it in their local, and whenever they make any code changes, they are able to see them after building the Docker image and all. So what is Docker image exactly? So it is nothing but just a set of commands which you write, and which you are basically putting it in a file, so that whenever anybody wants to run the application, he just runs the Docker file. Let's talk less and start building the Docker file, and in the meanwhile, you will get a hang of it even more. All right. So the way to create a Docker file is just simply you write a Docker file, and your VS Code will automatically detect it. Now see what I'm doing. this is me telling that in my application you have to use the node version as node 22, because you can see that my app is built on this. If you have built on another one, never mind, just figure out the node version, but make it consistent in your image as well. From node 22, now I want that now I'm creating a work directory for my image. So basically, when you have an image and when you start the image, what does start? You do not say image is started, you say you have basically put up a container. So container is just nothing but just, you can say, an executable which has started, and you can open and close the container, but image is what the basic core of it, right? So you can think of the container as a reflection of what is there in the image. It's something working, right? But you give images, but containers are actually what gets showed. Anyways, so let's get back to this work directory app. Now what do I want? Yeah, so I want to copy package.json, package log.json into this. All right, this is done. After I have copied, I want to run npm install to install the dependencies, and then I want to copy everything. Now you will say that you could have done together only, because copy dot means copy all of my code, like Next code or Prisma code or everything into the image. So basically this workdev/app means that create an image, and in that go to make a directory called -app/app, right? And in that we are going to execute all of these commands. So this copy packet.json, packet log.json, what are they doing? This is basically copying these files first into my image, and then I am running npm run install to get my dependencies, and then I am copying my other code, right? Why have I separated this? Because Docker images work in layers, right? So let's say if you have if you change some source code, right? Many of the times you are not changing the dependencies, but you are changing the source code. So basically Docker caches these layers. So these layers, you will call these as layers, layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, layer 5. So if something changes in layer 5, Docker will not care about layer 4, right? So this is how it caches other layers which are not impacted, and hence it becomes very faster at later stages when you are just changing tidbit code at some places and then rebuilding the image. But for that, it's important that you have segregated the layers, right? So the way I have done. Perfect. After copying, I want run npx prisma generate, and what do I want now? Npx prisma generate is also done. npm run build. This is what I want to basically build my code, and then I want to expose it to port 3000, right? Port 3000, and then finally I want cmd npm comma start. npm start is the command, right? Alright, so this image is sufficient. So let's now how do you build it, right? And where do you push it? Now this is an image, but you do not want to keep it to yourself, right? Like GitHub, there is a thing called Docker Hub. So there you will push this image so that your friends can pull it from there and use your application or load it there in their local environment. So Docker Hub is just synonym, you can say, to GitHub, right? Perfect. So now the interesting thing. So first of all, you have to Docker build -t, and now you have to give the image name. Now this is very crucial to understand. See what name I am giving. I am giving Geeky Oswald / LetsConnect, and I am saying latest. What have I done? See, now just following this up, we will be logging into Docker Hub, and this will be my unique username. It will ask me to create it. This Geeky Oswald will be my unique username. This LetsConnect will be the name of my image, right? It will be called as the directory, and this latest is nothing but just the version, like version 1, version 2. For example, you have some code written, let's call it version 1, right? And later on you change it, then you can call it version 2, so that if there's some bug in the version 2, you can roll back to version 1. So it's very much like GitHub only. Yeah, so I hope that's fine. And then press dot. So Docker build, this will build the image. Let's hit enter. So the error that we were getting was because our Docker daemon is not started, because basically the Docker engine. See, so first of all, you have to get Docker installed in your system. You can find it anywhere on the internet, because it will be different for Ubuntu, Mac or Windows. I think that for Ubuntu and Mac it will be pretty similar. The commands will be similar, but figure out that just get it installed, right? So this is an easy task. So get it installed in your systems, and then what you have to do is go to Docker Hub, all right, and then try to log in. I've already logged in via Geeky Oswald. So this is a very easy task. You can do it via Google Auth, etc. But just make sure that you give your username and it will be unique. So it will not let you do if it's not unique. And after getting this done, all right, you have to install Docker Desktop, right? It will prompt you to a page which will have Docker Desktop over there. So just get Docker Desktop installed and just start it, all right? After getting the Docker Desktop started, everything will be set up. So what I have told, get Docker installed in your system. Then secondly, sign into Docker Hub, and then install Docker Desktop and just start it. So these are the couple of tasks which you have to do, and then you will do Docker login. After login, you just say geeky Oswald, like that's my username, and the password, which I will not tell you. Alright, so after getting everything sorted, like after logging in, basically if you would have logged in via Docker Hub, Docker Desktop, then the login would be even simpler. So you would just have said Docker login, and it would have just validated your already existing credentials from your Docker Desktop. Perfect. So now at this stage, we are ready to basically create an image. But first, let us see that whether are there any images in our system. Docker images, it says nothing, right? It has just these are just the column names. Perfect. So now say Docker build -t, this is my username, and this is the name of the image with the tag name. Perfect. Hit enter. See, it's now building my image. Alright. Alright, so it is giving me some errors. I think that I have forgotten something. The important thing, one which I can easily see, is that I have not made the .docker ignore file, right? Like just we have the .git ignore, in which we put the files which we do not want to commit. Similarly, we put the files which we do not want to give at build time, right? So what do we first of all want to give? First of all, we do not want to give node modules. Then we do not want .next. Then we do not want .env, and also .env.local we do not want to put in the image. Perfect. All right. Now let's try to rebuild it. Alright, so now it's built, but it is showing some other error. Alright, let's see. It says that Supabase URL is etc, etc. See, so basically the problem is that it is saying that we had some environment variables, like for example, it's calling that we had some environment variables over here also, and we had one more environment variable in the sign in API, right? Let's go to the API and see sign in route ts process.env.jwt underscore secret underscore key. So all right, so basically it wants me that I should provide these, right? Alright, so see, it's giving some other error also, and this time it's saying Supabase URL is required. Now friends, now is the most important part which you have to know about Next.js, like specifically to Next.js. So keep your calm at this point of time. Go to the message components and see it is talking about this Supabase. Okay, it is saying that the URLs etc. See, what is the basically the purpose? See, just go through what I'm trying to talk to you. In Docker ignore, you have kept .env.local, and why have you kept those over there? You have kept those over there because you do not ever want that your environment variables, for example .env local, the database, your Supabase, these are all these through these credentials anybody can log into your account, right? Even after this video, till the time you will see this video, I would have already deleted these databases, right? So this is the point, that you do not ever want to keep these in your image or in your code. That's why you are putting it in the .docker ignore or in the .git ignore. But the crazy part about Next.js is, now I'm backing up my statement with their official documentation, right? That let me tell you first in simple words what the problem is. That it says that if you want to, for a server it's fine, but if you want to pass an environment variable for a client side component, like for anything, right? For example, this message components I will be requiring in my front end, right? Perfect. So the problem is, it says that you have to first of all initialize it with the next public Supabase URL. That's fine, that's no big worry. The problematic part is that it says that if you want to give environment variables to your client side code, then you have to give those at build time. What does it mean if we are passing that at build time? It means that your your final Docker image will already have those URLs, so anybody who is using your image will be able to have access to those. So that is a really what we do not want. See, even that this is written on the official documentation. By default, environment variables are only available on the server. To expose an environment variable to the browser, it must be prefixed with the next public. However, these public variables will be inlined into the JavaScript bundle during next build. So this is the problem that we are currently facing, that it wants us to provide this at the build time. Now what do we do? Now this will be an absolute blunder. Now I have gone through the internet, I have gone bonkers thinking about the solution. One solution that I have found is that for the time being, I will give a string over there, because obviously it has to just create the static pages and give it to the client. So for the moment, I am not passing this as a environment variable. See what I'm trying to do. I will just simply pass this string. Now you will see that this is just a string, it does not contain the actual URL. Perfect. But it will allow it to build the image. It will have this string written over there. At the runtime, I will fire a script. That script will take the environment variable which I'll be passing at runtime, and it will be searching for this particular string. This I'll be passing that search for this string in the image, and wherever you find this string, just replace it with what I am giving it to you. Just hear me out. What have I said? Just go back and just see and just hear back what I said. That this is a hack around. So I will give a simple string, and in the final image, when I will be giving my variables, environment variables, I will say that hunt for this particular string in the image, and wherever you find it, just replace it with this particular thing which I am passing at the runtime. So that way your problem will be solved. This is just a hack around, so which I have found. So, and it works. All right, let's do it, right? Let me just copy. We can remove it, pass it this way. Perfect. Now this looks super cool. Now what do we do? Now comes the interesting part. See, now we are going to write a script. Now this script I have also asked ChatGPT. I'll not lie, and but I've understood, and I'll explain it to you that what this script is doing, right? So just wait for a moment. Let me get that script for you. Alright, so this is my entry script.sh. Now what this is doing, now let's see first of all. So what will happen at the runtime, I will in the Docker file itself, I will give a I'll give some command. Where's my Docker file? I'll give some command that before running that you have to run this entry script.sh. Let's go through it, that what's written. I'll tell you in an overview. See, print env. Why am I saying print env? Because what will this do when I am running the Docker image, which we will just see that how we are running. We want that all the environment variables which we are passing at the runtime should be listed. So print env will list those, and it will pick the environment variables which I am passing as next public. Let me show you that what environment variables will I be passing up. Okay, I have made that string. Let me get it for you. See, this will be the final command which I'll use to run the Docker image. Now, what am I doing in this Docker image? I am saying that Docker run, and run this in detached mode. Ignore this -d. See, Docker run on port number. Expose this port of Docker and connect it with this port of my machine, 3000 to make it simple. Now comes the interesting part. I am passing the environment variables at runtime, because I want that if anybody has my image, the environment variables, the connection URLs, etc. should be of their own, not of mine, because I don't want to charge or I don't want to pay for their data, right? I am just giving my application to be used, like, right? So see, this is how I will want my, these are the environment variables: database URL, direct URL, JWT secret key, public Supabase URL, and next public Supabase anon key. Now, these are the value of the variables which I am passing. Although when you are seeing this, these variables are of no use because the accounts have already been deleted. So don't take the pain of copying these, etc. for the moment. Now let's see what is this script doing. Print env, it will print env grep next public. Now what will this do? This will list all the environment variables, these things: e database URL, e direct URL, e JWT secret key, and it will take the variables starting with next public. So these two will be taken, and it will then read the remaining lines. And what you do, basically it will say that you just for example, this particular the list is made, the lines are made, that this environment variable corresponds to this value, this environment variable corresponds to this value. So now I am saying that echo the line, take a particular line, cut it on the basis of equals to, and take this minus f1 means that take the first part basically on the left side of equals to. So this will be the key. I will say the key as next public Supabase URL, and in the second take the equals to dash F2 dash, take the remaining part on the right. So this will be the value. See, don't worry if you are not even getting this. This is not anyways related to the longest time for Docker. This is just the problem with Next.js which I found. So that's why I'm telling you, you can totally skip this part to a further part. But if you're getting something what I'm trying to say, follow it. But this is this you won't be needing for the longest of the time. This is just like pretty complex but pretty interesting part. Alright, so this will segregate. The key will now have the next public Supabase URL string, and the value will now have the actual this part, which HTTP etc. And now what it will do, it will say that it will find in the built image. Alright, because coming to the Docker file, we will have already built the image, right? So it will go into the build image and it will search for files. It is a type file. Find means search for file. And what will this do? Exec sed -i. It will find this key. The key was next public Supabase URL. It will find in the key. See, what is this? Now it's searching for key. What do I mean when I say key? I mean this message component, and here I have written this key, right? Next public Supabase URL. See, next public Supabase URL. This part is matching to this part. So that is what is said in the script, that it will search for the key in my built image. So what it is searching? It is searching for this thing, and it will find it at this particular part. And I am saying in my entry script to replace it with the value. And what was the value? The value was this HTTPS. So what will happen in the final part? This next public Supabase URL will get replaced with a value. So that is how I have injected my env variables at the runtime. So I hope you have understood it. Even if you have not, don't worry about it. It's a bit complex. I totally agree with it, and you do not need it for the longest time, but it will help our app to run, and it will also protect our secrets. So that is the primary objective for which I really went into the depths that I have to get a hack around with it. Perfect. Now let's complete a Docker file. So npm run build. Now what do I want? I want to copy my script also, right? So copy entry point entry script script.sh into, where do I want to copy it? /app/entry script.sh. Perfect. It will copy this entry script into the /app folder, because we are already working from the /app folder inside that. And then I would want to run chmod +x on this. What does this do? It gives the executable permissions, because it will not have by default. So I want that the image should have the permissions to execute this. Perfect. I'll expose this, and now I will say just, what will I say? Entry script.sh. Perfect. This is what I want. Now you'll say that we have not started npm start. We do not need it, because if you will see the entry script.sh, it already has this npm start. So things seem smooth, fine. Yeah, so friends, just a small point that first of all you should do /, because that's how shell script files are run. And secondly, one more thing that I found is that see, this you can was actually at this place, right? But why do you want to create it on the on basically the server? It's better that we simply just take it and use it under use effect. All right, because this will then it created create the client definitely on the browser side only, because I have studied that what does Next.js do is that even if you use a use client on top of the component, it ignores the client side hooks etc, but it will definitely pre-render it. So while pre-rendering it, I do not want it to throw me any other error or for related to client creation etc, because it's just front client side thing. So ignore this. So do not keep the pin. So it's a best practice to keep multiple things as much as possible in the use effect. You could have also kept these, but it's fine. It's just initialization of two constants, right? All right, so now let's try to build our image. Docker build -t geeky Oswald / the name of our app, let's connect, and let's say we tag it as latest. Let's hit enter. Oh sorry, you have to give a dot also, right? Perfect. Docker file. All right, so it seems that our image is built. Let's see, say docker images. That's perfect. See, we are able to see our image. All right, Alright, so now we have to just run our image. So for that, what will we do? Let me bring the basically the command for that. So I've already created that command. So I'm doing nothing in that. So don't worry about it. I've already explained that. What am I doing? I'm just exposing my ports like port 3000, etc. I'm telling the port, I'm running it in detached mode, and then I'm giving my environment variables, nothing else in this whole thing. If you have a smaller app, you will, or maybe if you do not have any environment variable at all, it will just be a small one line command to run the image. All right, now let's see, what do we say? We will say geeky oswald / let's connect latest. Perfect. I think the image has started. What do? We say docker ps. Under docker ps, you can see the container ID. So I'm expecting that a container is up. All right, let's see. What will I see? Localhost 3000. Let's hit enter. It has taken us to the sign in page. Things seems fine. Hit Saksham, etc. 1, 2, 3. So hit submit. And it has taken me to the chat app page, and see Saksham is also getting loaded. Perfect. I'm able to click on the contacts. I'm able to get the messages and all. Things seem super fine. Now, what do we have to do? Now our Docker image is ready. Now we will just get an EC2 instance, actual server on the AWS. Log in into SSH into that, get this image, pull this image, and then run the container from there. And after we run, we will automate all of this process by writing a CI/CD pipeline file, and the things will be super smooth from then. All right, so we have now got the image done. Now the time is to push it. So I'll just say docker push and write it geeky oswald / let's connect latest. Okay, docker push geeky oswald let's connect / column latest. All right, so the image is pushed, and now if you will go to the Docker hub on Docker hub, there you will be able to see this image under the repository. So perfect. So it has gone to Docker hub via our command. You can check it on Docker hub, go, sign in over there, and etc. Now is the interesting part that now we'll be creating the EC2 instance, and we'll do an SSH into that, and there we will pull it, and then we will start the container. All right, perfect. So let's get started. All right. Perfect. So let's go to your AWS. Basically, this thing you have to do by yourself, that you have to create an account on AWS. I don't think that it requires a credit card. As far as I remember, I just entered my debit card, but check it by yourself that it asks you to create an account. But if you want to basically use the AWS EC2 instance, you will need to have an account in there. So watch the further video if you have this, or even if you do not have and do not want to basically create an app on the net, you can still watch this, because it will be an add-on only, that you at least know that what steps are followed and how the complete procedure is done, and you won't be feel that left out if anybody else talks about it. So you might have a context of how DevOps cycle works. So you can still watch this. Let me for the time log in and show this. All right. Alright, so when you will open your AWS account, it will look something like this. So this is the console home. Go to EC2, click on EC2, and there go to instances. So basically now we will talk about it a bit in detail. So basically, what is EC2 instance? See, the way you were running till now your app, it was running on your local server, right? But the problem is that your local server does not have a public IP. Basically, if a person in some other part of the world wants to access that, he won't go to localhost, because localhost their local system's IP address. So that's the thing, that you want to have a public IP, which your PC does not have, but Amazon has got a public IP. It can provide you with a public IP which anybody can reach and can access your website. All right. So how are we now going to SSH connect to AWS? See, we will rent out a space in the AWS server. It will provide us with some configuration that, okay, this much is I'm allotting to you. So we will be provided with that space. Wait, let me draw some ugly diagrams also. So basically we will go to AWS. Assume that AWS will give us some space over here. Alright, so consider this as an AWS server space, so it will give us a small space in this. Okay, so this will have some configuration like XYZ GB or XYZ CPU, etc. So this is what AWS has given us, and this will have a this thing will have a public IP, right? So this thing will have some public IP, whatever it can be. Why is it not? I'm not able to type. Alright, so whatever it could be, something. And now this public IP, you can give to your friends and they can reach you on this IP. Now you will say that we have seen www.google.com, not its IP. That is something that you buy the domain name. Like for example, you can also have, for example, LetsConnect. This will be our domain name. So oswald.in, you can buy this. This is the domain name which you buy, oswald.in, and now you can use any prefix with it and give it to different apps of yours. This thing will remain same. This you can give to different apps. So you have paid for this oswald.in, right? If tomorrow I want to make some other app, I will say, for example, let's shop.oswald.in. all right, for this I won't need to pay anything because the .oswald.in is same, and this I have bought. So let's say this one is for LetsConnect. So what I will do is I will map this domain name to this IP, and let's say I then again make another app for Let's Shop. So what will I do? And let's say this again also has AWS has provided me with a different IP, for example 13.45.6.1. all right, so this let's shop.oswald.in, this I will point to this IP. Perfect. So this is how things are done. So this basically we buy. This is something which AWS will provide us. This is just a reference to this space. Perfect. So what we are going to do, we are going to enter into this small circle, this small server space which AWS has provided us. We will pull it. Basically there is somewhere called as Docker Hub. There is somewhere Docker Hub. Perfect. And there is somewhere our small PC. Okay, our small laptop. This is my PC. So what has happened? You basically have pushed an image at this place because your PC did not have a public IP. There are your friends who want to reach your website, but they can't reach your website because until unless it has a public IP. Perfect. These circles are your friends. Anyways, ignore this. Perfect. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get into this server, and then I will pull this image which I have uploaded from my PC. I will get into my server, and I will then start the container there, and then it will be available on this IP, which I will map to letsconnect.oswald.in, and then my friends will hit this thing, letsconnect.oswald.in. So this is how they will be able to reach my application. Perfect. I hope I am able to explain it to you. We will just execute this all, but this is a very high level overview. Even if you have not understood, no worries, just keep watching it. You will get more understanding of this. Let me think that if anything else also I do need to tell you. For a moment it seems fine. All right, so this thing, see, AWS also charges for this space. The charges will be different for different specifications. Like if you want to make the circle a bit bigger, then it will have more charge, but if it's smaller, then it will have less charge, right? So make sure that if you are trying it with me, then if you do not need it for the longest of the time, you should always terminate your instance, otherwise it will keep on charging you. So beware, I'm telling this in this video that beware with this, because this is chargeable, but if you will use it for small time, it won't charge much. We will just explore that how much are the pricing and all, but this is the basic overview which you have to keep in mind. Now the question comes that how will I get into this? How will I get into this server? For my host, for my local host, I'm using this VS Code. The simple thing is that AWS, what will AWS do? What will AWS do is that it will provide my PC with a passcode. I'm just giving it as a explanation that it will give your PC a passcode which you can use if you will enter that passcode. So what will happen? AWS will give you access. AWS will give you access to a terminal. See, basically this VS Code also is like a terminal only, na, via which you are talking to your this laptop or your local computer. So this AWS will provide you with the terminal after you enter this passcode, and when it has provided you this terminal, then you whatever commands you write on these commands will act on this AWS server. So this is how you will be able to get into the AWS server and pull the images there, right? It will give you a terminal over here, so on which you can write your commands. Perfect. I think things are smooth till now. Now this was the theory. Now let's execute this all. Perfect. So go back to your AWS account. Now go to launch instances. See, now it's asking me my web server name. I will say Oswald. Then I'll say I want an Ubuntu machine. Perfect. Then I'll change it to ARM because this is the architecture in which my image is built. If you have followed the same thing, followed the image building the same way as I have done, so you can go ahead with this. Perfect. So all right, now it's asking, see, these are the charges which are there. So as you can see, it's pretty cheap if you will go with the nano, micro and all. So like 0.0028 USD per hour, etc. So you can go with any. But the simple thing which you have to keep in mind, that speeds will be slow. If users are more, then you have to switch to a bigger machine. But for the moment, since we are not on a big machine, we can go with the small one also. All right, so sorry, nano one also. So let's take, for example, currently we are taking the micro. You can take nano also, because we are just in a testing phase and not many users will be there on our website, right? And then you have to create a new, this is basically key pair. So this is that secret passcode which we need to have. All right, so what you want to give, say any name which you can give. So let's say I give as let's connect key. I'll say let's connect key and just say create key pair. All right, so now it has got downloaded. I'll show you how to use this. But before that, allow SSH traffic. SSH means who can access, basically it is when it says allow SSH traffic from, this means this thing, see, you accessing the terminal provided by AWS or EC2 is called as SSH, a secure shell. So you are getting into the terminal, so this is called secure shell. So this is asking that who can get into this if they have the passcode. So you want that if anybody has the passcode, they should be able to SSH into this, because obviously I have it, and if I want from any other machine also, I should be allowed to do that. Then allow HTTPS traffic from internet, allow HTTP traffic point from the internet. See, later on at advanced stages, you can disable all of these, because you will then give the configurations in a different way. But for the moment, just for testing purpose, we are opening it all so that we are not stuck anywhere. All right, perfect. See, it is also saying we recommend setting security group rules to allow access from known IP addresses only. Ignore this for now and just click on launch instance. So far so good. Click on view all instances. It says it's running. The status is just initializing. Just wait for a couple of minutes. It takes some time to basically set it up. So this is our small space, this small circle which we have made, which it's assigning to us, and it's configuring a global IP which will be accessible to everybody. Perfect. So yeah, we do have a public IP right now. Now you will say that okay, see, now let's see where are we. So we have got at this point, and we have this public IP also. Now you will say that Saksham, to pull this image from Docker Hub, I need to give commands in the terminal, right? So now I need to have this terminal access. Perfect understanding till now. So what do? We say connect. We click on connect, and then it tells us, see, you have to go to SSH client. It says open an SSH client, locate your private key, the key to be used, etc. etc. All right, so let's open the terminal for the moment. All right, perfect. Let's open this terminal. I hope it's visible, or let me try to zoom into this. I hope it's visible now. So first of all, see, I'm in my terminal. I'm now what do I need to do? First of all, I need to locate where is that downloaded secret passcode file, .pem file, that's called. So first of all, I will move it into some particular folder. So I know that where it is, right? So first of all, let me move it into my passwords folder. Perfect. So let me go to first of all downloads, because I know that it was in my download slash, and I have named it let's connect key dot pem, and this I want to paste it to desktop. This is password. Perfect. So this is where I want to put it. I hope that it's there. Now I just need to check this first of all. All right, so I'll say cd, let's copy this, put it here, ls. So you can see that I have the let's connect key.pem with me. Perfect. So I have this key over here. Now what do? So it says locate your private key, etc. etc. You have to give this command. So basically this command is because I have to restrict the access. Currently this key will have access. Don't worry much about it. Just hit it. It will allow it to work. Okay. And now it says connect to your EC2 instance, etc. blah blah blah. You can click on this example. This is saying SSHI let's connect. This will use this passcode, and then it's telling my IP with my user, and just copy this and paste it over here. Yes. See, now it's turned green. What does that mean? That means that now we are in the AWS terminal, CCC. Now we are inside this. Now we are inside this circle, because we have got access to this terminal. Now whatever we are writing, we are doing. We are actually not doing in a local laptop. We are actually doing in this AWS machine. Perfect. So because see, you can see that if I say ls, there is nothing over there. It's an empty machine which they have given us. So first of all, what do we need? We need to have Docker with us. We need to get Docker installed with us. Perfect. So let's get Docker. Just say install Docker. You can refer to anything. Install Docker. How to install DigitalOcean might work, prerequisites, etc. So just copy the steps which they have given us, and we will install Docker here. Perfect. Keep on putting the commands which they're asking. Then add this. After that, add this. 1, 2, 3. Then this one, right? Finally, install Docker. Paste it here. Docker should be installed. Now the daemon start and the process enabled on boot. Check that if that's running. Okay. First of all, yes. Perfect. So now basically now it's telling that inside this we will need to use sudo command whenever we want to use Docker. You can change that by following the further script, but we do not want it, so let's ignore that. So just clear the terminal. Now what do we need to do? We will say docker pull. Now it's time to pull our image, so I will say docker pull, and that will be geeky oswald / let's. I think it should ask me first to sign in or have my Docker credentials. Let's see. Latest permission denied. Oh, first of all I need to do sudo docker pull geeky oswald / let's connect latest. Oh, it's working. Perfect. Yeah, I think I will need to have my credentials at the time of uploading something, right? So this is the I'm just downloading, so why will it ask me? Makes sense. Just wait for some time. Now just hit sudo docker images. You have this image over here. Now, isn't it interesting? Now the AWS EC2 also has your Docker image. Now you just need to run this, and I think that it will work. Let's see. First of all, we need to get those environment variables. That command, let me figure it out where it is. So these are all the environment variables put over there. You see, after doing this, don't be intimidated by what this command is. I've already told you that these are just the environment variable because our app uses multiple of these. That's why we just need to do. Even after getting our website over there are still a few things left. That first of all, we will map it to our own domain name. I have bought it. I will show you that how that's done. Then we will also get the SSL certificate, because I don't want that we are calling it on HTTP. I want to call it on HTTPS so that it says secured. Then I do want to create the DevOps complete cycle. I will get these environment variables on the GitHub secrets. I will tell you what's that, so that each time you do not need to do this. The final thing would be that whenever you make any change on your PC code, and you are just pushing the code to GitHub, this is only the thing that you will have to do. That you just need you would just need to change the code, and then you will just need to push the code, and then the entire DevOps cycle will start. And what all will happen in the DevOps cycle? What all will happen is that first of all, the GitHub will build your code. Then it will automatically create the new Docker image. Push it to Docker Hub. This also will be done automatically. We will configure that how this will be done automatically. So this is the only thing that you will need to do, and these are the things that will happen. It will automatically create the new Docker image, push it to Docker Hub, then log into EC2 instance, then pull the image, then start the container. So this is what you had to do. this is what you had to do, and this is what will happen. So this what will happen. So these all steps will be automated, and we will create the CI/CD pipeline so that the working with this app becomes seamless. You just have to change your code and just push it, and this all will automatically happen, and we will just see this, that how this happens. So this is a complete I just think that that's the perfect project. I don't know that what else could have been done. I have tried to inculcate everything in this, right? Anyways, let's move on. So we'll say Geeky Oswald, let's connect latest. Now if you want to see that whether the container is up, yeah, it says that the container is up. But first of all, I think I need to do something before just checking it out. Go to instances and go to security. All right, go to security groups. Click on edit inbound rules. Yeah. So what you will see is that you should add just one more rule, so that first of all our apps works fine. The rest of the things can be taken care of later. So just say 0.0.0 etc. So it will allow all the traffic, HTTP, HTTPS. This is port 80, port 443, SSH is what I've told you. But currently I want traffic from everywhere, right? Perfect. Click on save rule so that things work for the first time, right? Things work smooth. All right. So now what do we do? Now since I've told you that now this container has our app has a public IP. So let's get back EC2. Go to instances, running one. Was it not showing? Yeah, so here's it. Just what has happened? Yeah, so go to this public IPv address, Control C, and this is click on port 3000, right? Our app is available. So now anybody with this IP and who uses this colon 3000 will be able to reach our app. So see, now we are successful in getting our app live, and this is happening, and this is just a Docker container running, right? So no problem in that. So now our friends can, so basically current stage is that our friends are able to reach at what's this. So the current stage is that our friends are now able to reach at this, but we want to make them reach to letsconnect.oswald.in. all right, we will get to that also. Yes, but we will be solving each problem one at a time. So for the moment I think that it's fine. All right, so it seems that our app is working, right? Perfect. Now what do we do? Now we have to change the name. Perfect. So go to, see, now you have to, now even if you do not have a domain name, you can ignore. You can, if you want to learn, you can learn, but I have to make in this video everything. So I will say, show you. See, I have bought a domain name, so I will teach you that how do you configure it, right? One thing you have to notice is that currently, can you see this lock icon? What is this lock icon? This is saying that basically it has certificates, right? So this is saying log, this is a secure connection, but if you will come to our website, it says not secure. So this is the SSL part. This also we will cover in this video. Just do login. All right, go to domains, go to domain portfolio. Yeah. So here you have this oswald.in. This is oswald.in is what I have brought. Now go to DNS name servers, and what do you have to do over here as of now? Currently, let's delete it so that I can show it from the fresh start. What you have to do is just say the name which you have to use. Let's connect. .oswald.in will come automatically. This is the A type domain, A type record. These are also some different C name, etc. and all. But for the moment, let's connect is the name of my app, and it should point to, now here I have to give my public IP. Okay. Copy this, perfect, and just paste it over here and hit add record. Click on confirm. Perfect. Now I think it might take some time, but let's see. Let's connect.oswald.in, and then you have to go to port 3000. This port 3000 problem we will solve, because obviously you never want to give somebody that, okay, go to my website, let's connect.oswald.in port 3000. You do not want that, right? All right, so it seems that we are able to access our website on the letsconnect.oswald.in, and this IP was basically and this domain name is now mapped to our IP. All right, perfect. Now a couple of things that we need to do is that first of all, we are able to see that we have to use this colon 3000, etc. All right, so we will solve this issue that we do not want to use this colon 3000, and for this we will try to understand that how we are going to now use Nginx. Secondly, we are going to solve this not secure issue. Okay, so for this, first of all, let's connect again to our basically SSH into our EC2 instance. So all right, so we are into our EC2 instance now. So basically now we have to get Nginx, and we have to get cert bots also. First of all, let me show you that what am I talking about. See, now the thing is that whenever you are calling, for example, whenever you are calling LetsConnect.oswald.in, so it is directing you towards an IP, right? Let's say 129 point etc etc. Perfect. So this is directing you to an IP. Okay, so now the thing is that in actuality, what the thing is that your app is running on localhost 3000 over there, because think of it, in the image it will start on localhost 3000, but the fact is that now the localhost will be of this server. So things are working fine. Now what we will do is that Nginx acts as a reverse proxy. Basically what it does is, just don't think what reverse proxy is, it will help you redirect your request to different places. For example, currently you have to go to local LetsConnect oswald.in :3000. But what we can do is that we will configure that whatever requests are coming on port 3000, whatever requests are coming on just this by default, like without 3000, redirect those to port 3000 of the internal app. So this will, the final user who is using our app will not have to see this port 3000, but internally it will go to the port 3000, basically the local host of our this IP. Perfect. All right, let's see it more in action, then we will get back to this. For the time being, we have to get Nginx and etc. So I have curated a list of commands. You can I will share it with you, but for the time, let's go ahead and see what it will do. It will install Nginx into a server. Okay. I'll show you in the files and all that how what is actually happening, how are we redirecting the request and all. Okay, so Nginx is installed. Now it's time to install this cert bot Python. What will this do? This will provide me with a certificate. Basically it will remove that not secure written over there. So how will it do is, it will, since I am in the server, it will put a simple file inside this server, and it will try to reach it via the public IP. If it is able to reach it, that means that it has the command over this server. So that is how it verifies that yes, this public IP is available with me and that I am the owner of that. So it will grant me the certificate. Perfect. Now what do we have to do? See, now is the time that we will write our Nginx file. Perfect. So this is what we are going to write. Now I'll explain that what we are writing in this. Perfect. See, what it says is that listen on port 80 and server name is this. See, what is port 80? See, by default, if you would see now, you are calling currently on this. This is what you are calling right now. Okay. So if now you will say that if majority of the websites you call like this, na, like HTTPS you write over there. So what do you think, that does it goes to any port? Yes. The fact is that whenever you write an HTTP request, right, then it goes to the port 80. By default, it's unset that if you are calling any website on HTTP, it's going to the port 80, and if you are calling a website on HTTPS, it's going to the port 443. This is by default. This is unset. Unset means unwritten, but it is assumed there. So if you will call this this website on port 80, that also means that you are calling on HTTP. But you will say that, Saksham, we have called it on port 3000, but we have used HTTP also. Then how is it so? The fact is that if you will not write any port, right, if you will write 3000, then it will go to port 3000. But if you are not writing anything, then it means that you have called the app on 443 for HTTPS and 80 for HTTP. Okay. So HTTPS, to call your app on this, to call your app on port 443, you have to get the certificate. So by default, we are currently calling on HTTP, which is unsafe, unsecure. So we are calling on HTTP port number 80. So see, listen on port 80. What does this mean? That any request which is of the HTTP type, and let's say it has the server name of LetsConnect, etc. Redirect location means redirect proxy path to HTTP localhost :3000. I hope that makes sense, right? Perfect. So this is currently the thing that let's first of all save it. Okay. So I hope that you are familiar with Vim. Even if you are not, then these are the very basic commands which I have typed. See, for example, to enter in the edit mode, you have to press I, and to exit the edit mode, you have to basically press escape and press WQ. It will save your file. All right. So what have I done? I have placed this Nginx file in the you can look at the directory basically under etc. Nginx sites available. Now after this is done, let's follow with the other commands. Now this command is also interesting. What will this do is, let's paste it over here. So what is this doing is that Nginx by default listens to only the configurations which are in the which are connected in the sites enabled, but we have put those in the sites available, as you can see in the above commands, right? So we are creating a kind of link. So this link is important because we do not want to put every file in the sites enabled, because sometimes we will use a particular app, other times we might use a particular app. So that's why we are just connecting a link, and we can remove this link also. Hit enter. After hitting enter, you can just test it that whether the files are right or wrong. So sudo nginx t, it says successful, is okay, and then you have to just reload nginx. Alright, now let's try to reach our app not on port 3000 but just as it is. Let's see what happens. See, even without port 3000 we are now able to reach our app, and this is the magic that we have achieved through Nginx. Basically in internal it is routing our app to port 3000, and currently we are hitting our app on port 80. See, let's write it once again. HTTP we are calling, okay, and now say let's connect .oswald.in and hit port 80, because this is the default port. Even if you do not mention port 80, it is reaching on port 80. What do you think will happen if I press enter? See, the reverse proxy, the Nginx redirected our request on port 80 to localhost 3000, and that's why we are able to see this page. So now this looks pretty cool, pretty professional, but still it says not secure. Now we will solve that. So move ahead. So basically I am using, see, there are organizations which provide you with the SSL certificates. I think that if you ever have time, then explore that what is SSL certificate. See, the thing is that it helps to safeguard your request responses, because it helps to you to encrypt, basically you share your request and responses in encrypted form. But the fact is that the hacker in the middle can basically get into the middle and will be able to manipulate the public private key which you are exchanging with the server. So this is just in a nutshell, you have to understand that there are organizations which kind of do something which safeguards your application. This you have to explore that what it does. Okay. Now you have to enter this. So this is a very easy way to get an SSL certificate. As I have told you that it will try to keep a file in this server and will try to hit it via the public IP, and if it is able to access, that means that the server is mine. Enter email address used for urgent renewal or security notices. Okay, geekyoswald@gmail.com. See, it is saying it is requesting a certificate and all, some challenge. So it says that it has failed to basically verify, and it says that domain www.letsconnect.oswald.in has failed. And that is obvious also, because if you will go to our, I have closed hosting, never mind. Basically, if you will see that we have written two server names over there, letsconnect.oswald.in and www.letsconnect.oswald.in, but I don't need this one, right? I don't need it, this one for as of now. Actually, the entry in hostinger, right? I have just configured it for that, to listen on that my public IP. I have not configured the www. So what I can do is that I can remove it for now because I don't want to use it, right? So how will you do this? You have to just go back to the Nginx file which you have made. And now how to use the Vim? Vim is just a text editor, right? Which you and I've urge you to learn it, because multiple times when you are working remotely means on the remote servers, then you have to use the terminal only, right? So it's better that if you are planning to use learn Vim or Nano, etc., anything. All right, so this is what I have now, and press escape, then press WQ. It will save and exit. Perfect. Now let's run these commands again. Okay, the link is already there, so just go with sudo nginx t is okay and successful. Reload nginx, and now let's try again with remove this also, www1. Hit enter. Requesting a certificate for letsconnect.oswald.in. Successfully deployed. Congratulations, you have enabled HTTPS on. See, now it says you have enabled HTTPS on letsconnect.oswald.in. Perfect. Now again just reload and test and reload. Seems good. Now just visit it once. See, now what has happened is that it has configured our Nginx file by itself, and we never had to do it by ourselves. Okay, let's try to reach it, right? So now let's try to reach it. So what do we do is https letsconnect.oswald.in. Wait. Perfect. And see, now we are able to see this lock over here. So this means that we also have got the certificates now. So perfect. Now this is a perfect app that URL that you can give to anybody and they will be able to access your website, right? So things are pretty smooth from here. I think that we have understood that even if you have not understood, see, the main purpose is to create a curiosity, right? For the moment, that how things are happening, what all happens, and you see that these are not very tough things to do. A little exploration and you will get it by yourself. Perfect. Now I just want to show you that now since things are done, we have got the SSL certificate. Now the small part that is left is off to first of all create the CI/CD pipeline, because we do not want to start our Docker image with giving all those env variables, and we do not want to come to this terminal again and again. We just want to push the code, and I want the things should happen. So for that I have kept one thing. See, if you will try to sign in, right, and if you will look at the console, it says that due to access control check. So the thing is that currently in our app, if you will see, then you will find that actually the thing is that we are calling on localhost, right? We are calling this on localhost. So this localhost is nothing but the localhost of my local laptop. So this I do not want. What I will want is that since I am using a Next.js app and all of my front end and backend code is running over there, so the cross origin resource sharing is when you're trying to hit IP of some other IP, right? So in a nutshell, you have to remember that now the change that we are going to do, we will just do the change over here and we will just push the code. So this we are not going to do right now, because this we will do by automation to see that how our changes are getting reflected. The thing is that basically I will change this calls to this thing only, because it's in the same app, right? My backend code is also written in the same app, so I do not need to call it via localhost. And if I will remove the localhost, then this problem of course error will also get resolved. In a nutshell, we are going to do this change and see that how the DevOps cycle propagates this change above, basically in the server, and how this error will get resolved. So only thing, we will change it over here, we will push it, and the error will resolve in the production code. Perfect. So for the moment, let it be. All right, let's start with the CI/CD pipeline. All right, so as of now, we might have our this repo also on GitHub. So where you have pushed your code. So far so good. Now what we have to do is that we have to write a CI/CD pipeline. So for that, what do? We create a .github folder, and under this I will say I will give a name. Suppose deploy underscore project.yml. All right. So this is the file where we are going to write our CI/CD pipeline. So to save the time, I have created a gist. I'll provide this to you also. All right, so that you can also use this. Let's see what's in this. Okay, so first of all, let me take you through a walk of this. So the name we are giving is the CI/CD workflow. We will just see that how things happen, but for the moment, just keep an eye on this. So name is CI/CD workflow on push branches. That this workflow will trigger when a push is made on the T3 branch. Okay. If you will see on my this, so I am on the branch T3. So whenever I will push any code to this, do the following jobs. Now it's telling the jobs. Okay, so this will do the following jobs. So first of all, this is the name of the job, that build and deploy. This is telling runs on Ubuntu latest, etc. These are now the steps. Name is nothing but just an identifier that what this will do. So on GitHub actually you have actions. Now this is like a virtual runner which is provided by GitHub, on which our below code will run, and whatever we tell it will run that. Okay. Then set up Docker buildx, where you can find this type of thing anywhere. And this is basically to tell GitHub runner that what we want. We want to have Docker first of all, because we will be first of all building the Docker image, right? So this we are telling that Docker setup buildx, basically multi architecture build. So set up this Docker, then log into Docker Hub. We are telling the runner that after doing this, now log into Docker Hub. So this is the name we have given, and now this is the this is just a identifier that what we are asking runner to do, to log in. Now we will need to provide a username and a password. Does that make sense? Now you will say that where will this get the username and password from? See, if you will come to go to the settings page and secrets and variables, and then go to actions. Okay. So now you will see new repository secret. Click over here, and now you can give the secret names. For example, currently my Docker username. Let's copy this and paste it over here, and then I will give my secret over here. So my name is Geeky Oswald. Okay, click on add secret. Perfect. Then there is my password. So what will happen that when it will be running on this actions, and while I'll push it, it will start to run running the actions. There it will pick the username and password which I have saved over this. Now to anybody other than me, these username and password won't be accessible. So this is how my app will be kept secure, because nowhere will I be passing my username and password inside the code, but it will be fetched from here, which is not accessible to anybody else. All right. So Docker password. Then I'll say new repository secret. Password. I'll hide it from you. All right, then we are telling that now build the Docker image, because now since you have logged in, now you have to build the Docker image. So Docker build geeky Oswald let's connect, same steps as we were doing earlier also. After building push it also perfectly fine, because now we have the username and password, so we will be able to push it also. Now we want to open the terminal, so we are again telling to set up an SSH terminal secure shell. So the secret private key, now SSH private key, this is the interesting part again. Now what do you need to do? This is the private key which we have to know in order to SSH into our AWS, right? So for this, what will we do is that we will basically we'll need to access that PEM file, right? .pem file. All right, so to get this SSH private key, what will we do is that we will open our PEM file, okay, and we will copy this from the start till the end, okay, till the end of this RSA key, copy it, and then just paste it over here and click on add secret. So this secret is also added. Now it's time to deploy on EC2 and basically pull that image and all. Okay. So look at it. Deploy to EC2 SSH. This is again that code only via which we enter our Ubuntu terminal. So first of all, let's change it a bit also. Go to our EC2 and instances. Alright, so after putting the SSH private key, now it's time to deploy to EC2. This is the name which I have given. So I will now connect to my EC2 terminal through this command. This is the same command as we have used. So first of all, we will stop and remove the running containers, like in future also, not just for the first time. If we have made a code change and we have pushed, so we want now that the already running container in the production should stop, and then my container should work. So basically, I will name my container let's connect container. See, below I have given the name. Basically, let's connect container is the name of the container which will be currently running in production at that time. So I will first of all stop it, then I will remove it, and then I will remove all the Docker images except the one being used. Okay, perfect. So this is done. After that, pull that latest Docker image. So again, for this I will need to change, and it will be geeky Oswald / let's connect latest. So this will pull the image basically which I have pushed. So see, this I have pushed, and now this will pull the image geeky Oswald / let's connect latest, and after pulling, it will run the Docker container with the environment variables. From now on, that long code of those environment variables I have written over here, and these again I will place it in the GitHub secrets. All right. So wait for a moment. And now we have to keep these also. So let's put them there. So again, new repository secret. Wait. So database URL, right? So this I will need to bring from the from my that code. So let me bring that. All right. So I have configured all the variables from my file. So it seems perfect now. So this will run the container also, and see, this is the name where I have given let's connect container. So whenever in future I have pushed the code, I can basically stop it from at this particular point of time. All right. So first of all, what do we do is that we will push it, right? So just say git add, because we have added this. So git add, and all right. So one thing you have to remember is that this deploy project.yml file, this has to be under .github, and under that you have to have a directory again called as workflows. Basically, this is the directory structure which you have to follow in order you want GitHub to recognize your YAML file. All right, you have to be particular about it. Okay, so this I missed, so rectify this, and yeah, just push the code over there, and also be particular about the syntax of this complete file, right? So if you will do this, and then you will go to this actions. Inside the actions, you will see something running. Okay, this is the commit. Basically, I've just given a random name, build and deploy. You can click on this also, and here you will see starting job. So let it happen. All right, so this is telling that what all steps are done, setup job, etc. and is done. Check out code, log into Docker. This is also completed. See, it says login succeeded. Now it's building my Docker image. You can very easily see that what all changes are getting made over there, right? Yeah. So basically I was after pushing it, I was able to get it, but I want to tell you a couple of things more, that a few things which I have changed are that the image was accumulating over there, so I had to clean up multiple things over there, right? So like for example, the containers were getting stored over there, so I also added a command for this because I checked it once that it had some problem because the server space was getting filled up. So I had written these lines also, so these would remove the volumes, etc., containers and all. Just ignore this, think for it that it will always clean up the server space so that a lot of different images are not, and containers are not getting accumulated, and then it will pull my new image and will run up the container. Okay, so this one thing I have done. And the other thing that you have to absolutely ignore for the moment is that basically this by default it was building for AMD 64 architecture, but our server is on ARM 64 architecture, so this line I have written. Ignore it for the moment, because the major thing to understand is that how the CI/CD pipeline is written and what will happen. So currently I'll provide you with this file in the description. I would have given a gist, or maybe you could get it from the GitHub link which I have given there. Any of the ways, whatever will be possible, I'll just link it in the description. So after pushing it, you will come to this GitHub and go to this actions. Okay, in this actions, when you have, I will just show it once again, because as we have talked that we have a bug in our code, we will solve it. So if you will go to ASD, this is just the commit which I have made. So you can see that it is saying the status success. So all of the names which you have given there of the things which you wanted to do, so those have completed and it is showing success. So now if we'll go to LetsConnect.oswald.in, we are able to reach at this page. But the problem, one problem which was left is that if you will write, this is the power that I'll show you, that how it is showing course errors. Okay, so now just see what we are going to do. Just hit now I'll just say localhost. All right, localhost colon 3000. Perfect. Now let's open one of the files. Now what you absolutely have to do is that we do not need this because it's in the same folder, it's in the same repo only. So you can just absolutely replace it with an empty string. Okay, and just replace. All right. So now I just see what I'm going to do. I'll just say git add. I'll just say git status first to figure out. Yeah, and just say git add dot git commit -m, made a few changes. This is a very poor commit line, but we are just testing it out. Made few changes and then just do git push origin and t3. All right, just hit enter. As soon as you will hit enter, now the push part is done. Now go to GitHub actions. This is all happening automatically. See, here it's written made few changes. Now if you will go inside it, the build and deploy part is happening. All right, enter this, and now it will show you the stages which are getting completed. All right, so let it do this and just wait. All right, so the build process, so the build and deploy action is done. Just get back to our actions, and it says made few changes. The green tick is there. Now see, so what have we done? We have just pushed our code, and everything in between is done automatically. This is the power of CI/CD pipelines. Now we will just see that whether our app is perfectly working fine, whether the bug fixes are propagated or not. So just hit sign in, and yeah, just go submit. Perfect. So our app is working. Our app has started. So this means that the changes have propagated as well. All right, our messages are also there. So that's it. The app with everything in between.